All right, we'll reconvene this general committee meeting. Welcome, everyone. Good to see everybody. So we will adopt the minutes, Mr. Clerk, from August 5th. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's correct. We've added additional set of minutes in for the development charges meeting.
Okay, so can I have a mover? Moved by Mayor Leal. Any comments or questions, errors or omissions? We'll take a vote on the August 5th minutes.
Mr. Chair, we have Councillors Baldwin and Dugay, who are yay for the minutes.
And that is carried. Mr. Clerk, any disclosure pecuniary interest this evening?
Mr. Chair, I see none at this time.
All right, we have two presentations this evening. The first one, 4A Police Station Renovations and Expansion Project. This evening we have Eric Riddle of Schultz and Sabak Architects and Chief Stuart Betts along with Ms. Barnes. So to the presenter, you do have 10 minutes and welcome for being here this evening.
Again, good evening. My name is Eric Riddle from Schultz and Zabak Architects, here to speak about the new police expansion renovation project. With me is Chief Betts, as noted. We're going to run through a bit of project background, some information about the project, where we're at, what we've done, and what we're proposing to move forward with. As most of you are aware, there was a study undertaken in 2018 to determine the needs for the police service, and that included future expansion of the projections for staffing and space. 2019, Police Services Facility Space Needs Study was updated, and the presentation was brought to Council to allow the Police Services Board and the Space Needs Committee to advise regarding the next steps and any further recommendations and requirements. The policing standards now exceed the abilities of the existing building on Water Street to meet the needs in its current state, and it requires modernization. There's a strong preference, as we all know, to maintaining a downtown presence for the police service in Peterborough. And through some of the other studies, no single site was found to be suitable to meet the needs of the program that's required. And so a two-site solution has been developed. We're going to talk about some of the critical requirements that are required and why some of the reasons the building needs to be renovated.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric. Good evening, and thank you, Chair. Through you, I'll continue from here, but I would just point out one thing. As we know, this building was renovated in 2009, and in 2013, Police Service Board was advised that in 2009, those renovations failed to meet the needs of the organization at that time. It was already deemed not to have enough available office space for any future growth or future requirements. That was prior to the new Police Act coming in and some of the new training requirements since that time. So policing standard requirements, and I'm mindful of the time here. We need appropriate detention cells. When we take custody of somebody, we remove their civil liberties. They are in our custody, care, and control. We have to provide them a safe environment. We do not currently provide that. That's just how it is. We do not currently provide that. The detention area upgrades require continuous monitoring and life-saving technologies. Interestingly enough, that is the only space in that entire building that has fire suppression. So I'll just put that out there for you. This facility across the road is considered critical infrastructure by the Adequacy and Effective Regulations and by Public Safety Canada around emergency measures. Property storage is required to accommodate for legislative storage requirements, court requirements, and increased property retention requirements. We do not have that. You would think when we seize money from people, we put it in a safe for safekeeping. Our safe is a 3-drawer filing cabinet. We do not have the requirements. We do not have the equipment to properly store evidence, such as sexual assault kits, because we cannot get a commercial size proper storage fridge into the facility across the road. We use a Maytag like many of you would use in your homes. Modern forensic identification laboratories are required to eliminate cross-contamination and increase processing efficiency in line with best practices for evidence and handling and analysis. This is a court-driven requirement. We don't have the appropriate interview rooms. Our interview rooms have only one point of ingress, egress. They're to have 2 points of ingress and egress. We have to sustain and manage an interview in a way that allows for the person who's being interviewed not to feel as though they are being improperly detained, which means that they have to have a clear path to an exit. The police can't be seen to be impeding that. We don't have that. Or else the police put themselves in a position of being at a safety disadvantage. Therefore, new interviews are required. Critical upgrades to our electrical system, including UPS and backup generator, are required. We all know from the recent ice storm, we spent a week, critical infrastructure, the 911 for this city, on backup generators. That was critical infrastructure. We don't have that. We know in May of last year, we had a 45-minute outage of 911 services in this city because we have improper electrical systems to manage critical infrastructure. We have to provide NG 911, next generation 911 backup communications as the primary public safety answering port. There are occupational health and safety and wellness requirements. We need to increase the security measures around the lobby. We don't have the best practice. We don't even have the good practice of security measures around the safety in the lobby of this particular facility. I will remind you that in August of 2023, that facility was besieged by the Queen of Canada, surrounded, and attempts to arrest officers on and off duty and attempts to gain entry into that particular building. Officers sustained injury trying to prevent that. We don't have the appropriate security there. We need to have a proper drive-through sally port with upgraded security features for our detention facility. We don't have that. We have a garage that the Ontario Provincial Police transport wagon for prisoners cannot fit in. So prisoners are unloaded outside in the parking lot in the general view of the public and outside in public areas before they're put into the building because we don't have that. We don't have a proper exterior cage for the storage of flammable or hazardous materials. We need expanded natural lighting and outdoor spaces. We have to have access to counseling, quiet rooms, and multi-faith prayer rooms. These are part of current best practices. The designs, as you will see them, rationalize travel for safe passage and maximum efficient workflow. And we need to consolidate key equipment to reduce handling of evidence and other equipment. Let me hit this one too. Building code standards. Renovations and upgrades are required for fire separations and protected fire paths on both sites. I'll remind you again, we do not have fire suppression in that building. We don't currently meet post-disaster requirements. We have an elevator that does not meet the requirements to transport a person from the upper levels to the lower levels because it will not accommodate a stretcher to be properly put into a prone position as required. Therefore, these renovations include building a new elevator. We can't simply put a bigger elevator into the same size shaft. We need a new shaft. We need a new elevator to meet requirements. We need requirement upgrades to our fire alarm and life safety alarms. We need enhanced server room and critical infrastructure to ensure equipment is protected. I have sat before you in council here and talked about the critical infrastructure concerns we have around our server space, that it sits in a room with the backup server in the same rack next to the primary server. Right? We don't have current upgraded building codes for energy efficiency requirements or recommendations around energy conservation. We're also looking at adding accessible parking spaces because we don't have that. I had made inquiries when I first got here to put accessible parking available for the members of the community who need to see the police. It is unavailable. We don't have that. We require additional access, as I said, for the building for folks who need accessible entrance. We need to revise the entrance vestibule and reception desk to meet those accessibility requirements. We need to ensure each building is provided with barrier-free access throughout, including accessible bathrooms. These are not renovations that can be taken within the same size footprint as what we currently have. So Those are the immediate requirements, and I can certainly speak to more as we have questions.
So to date, there's been as you're aware, there have been a lot of background work in developing program, the needs which we've been going through. To support all that, we've also been developing other background information, topographical legal surveys. There's an archaeological study that's been required for Water Street, geotechnical soils reports for both sites, so we understand what's in the ground the best we can. Designated substances surveys, so we understand if there are designated substances that will be in the buildings. Traffic and parking studies, so we can understand and have a third party confirm the needs and requirements for parking based on standards. As mentioned, building energy efficiency study that's been done parallel or following other studies that have been done by the city's consultants, and those create potential for FCM funding. So we're looking at options for that. We'll talk about that a little bit more. We've had pre-consultation meetings for site plan and for building permit, and we've also awarded the contract for a construction manager to work as part of the team to develop the project. As noted, we're developing a two-site approach. On Water Street, the plan is to maintain the operational police presence in the downtown core or near the downtown core in a familiar location. The public-facing services will remain at the current downtown location. It will have operations, investigative services, detention facilities, and support services. The Lansdowne site is new to the city, but it's been purchased recently and it has easy access to downtown. That space can accommodate the police needs and future growth while maintaining additional space for other future work by the city yet to be determined. That building will include the board offices and meeting spaces, the executive administrative functions, property storage and intake, the forensic labs and facilities, and training and classroom areas. I'm going to give you sort of an overview of the floor plan so you can get an idea of what's where. We're trying not to get into too much detail. Water Street site, which you're familiar with across the street. Water Street's on the bottom. North is to the left with McDonald Street. The white block in the middle is the existing building with proposed new addition that addresses the intersection with a public entrance that's accessible to all. And then on the east side is an addition that it contains the detention facilities and some offices above it. We have police parking around the site, single flow of traffic. The east side of the parking lot would also be maintained as a parking. And in this slide, showing some additional information, the potential for a parking structure, which has come out from the parking needs analysis that we need more parking on this site. We also have public parking along Donald Street, which will include accessible parking. And the work we're doing is looking to lower the grade to create an accessible entrance into the building entrance. And then police vehicles along the main path around the building. At a little larger scale, you can see this is the basement level. The white block again in the middle is the existing building, which should be reorganized for equipment storage, expanded facilities, new renovated locker rooms the layout will allow as the gender ratios change, the wall between the two locker rooms could be moved. So as the female component grows, we could shift the wall. The bottom left-hand corner is the elevator that the chiefs talked about, and the blue block on the top is primarily the detention block in the Sally Port. On the main floor, the bottom left-hand corner is the public entrance. The orange block is the lobby, which is fully public entrance, secure. The tan area just above that on the screen are the reorganized interview rooms that have rear access to create safe space. The remainder of the existing building would be renovated and reorganized for patrol and operations. And this floor would have an addition as well that includes some additional operational spaces. The second floor, the upper floor, the new elevator continues up. The existing floor, we're working to keep as much of it as we can. The 911 space was recently renovated, so there's no need to renovate that unless we need to do anything for fire alarm systems and things like that. And then a modest addition on the east side as well for some wellness spaces. These are just some preliminary views to give you an idea where things will go and potential. There's no detail figured out in these yet. On the front right of the image is the lobby, which will address the intersection. You'll see just above the building is the addition, and then just floor plates to represent the idea of a potential parking garage. And another view of that as well. This model, the ground is flat, so the parking structure we would be looking as we move forward to keep it down as far as we can into the ground and minimize the size of it. But it gives you an idea of the scale of the additions on this building. We've talked a little bit about sustainability measures, the carbon reduction. From that study, we'll go through this fairly quickly. There's a lot of information that we combine into. There are optimal recommendations and a slightly simplified recommendation. The optimal actually has slightly lower projected greenhouse gas reductions, but a higher cost than the simplified option. And that comes down to the fact that some of the options that are included in that are actually included in the base design for the building, like lighting systems all being changed to LED lighting, some of those types of things. All of this is trying to balance minimal capital costs, meeting greenhouse gas reduction targets, and keeping things on budget and functional. This is just a summary of the sort of the shopping list of many of the items that have been considered, looking at windows, new EFA system, replacing roofs. Some of the roofs were actually replaced fairly recently, so if we can avoid redoing work, we'll do that. And then to give you an overview for Lansdowne Street, again, north is to the left, so Lansdowne Street is on the left-hand side of the image. The two purple blocks are the existing front yard. Those will remain open, free for potential development by the city as you choose moving forward. On the far right-hand side of the image, it says future city use in the building. That whole part represents where the church occupies right now. Our plan is to do minimal work in that space as little as possible. We will have to make some interventions for things like separating fire alarms, security systems, things like that, making sure the building systems can function independently. But the plan is to not do any work in that area. And the blue part in the middle is the part that's predominantly for police use. We'll have a few interventions on the site. There'll be renovations to the existing front entrance to make a proper airtight vestibule that's accessible. There'll be an addition to the west side of the block in the middle, which will show you a little in the blow-ups for property and forensic intake. And there's an existing storage garage or building, if you want to call it that. The wind blows through it. The idea is to replace that with a similar building that's better for storage of vehicles and equipment as well. This slide shows sort of the division of some of the spaces. So the orange pieces on the right are public parking to serve the future city use. The purple block in the middle represents shared parking. To the left of that, where it says police entrance, is predominantly police parking. So police can enter from that parking lot into the building. Main entrance on the left-hand side of the building with some shared parking, so the public can come in that as well as police. They can come in the main entrance. The collision reporting center, which right now is at Water Street, and when there's a car in an accident, either parks on the street or a tow truck parks on the street blocking traffic, or up the steep driveway, that would be moved to Lansdowne Street so there's a better flow of traffic. Separate entrance in the northwest corner. Give you an overview of what's in the space. If you're not familiar with the building, most of the lower level, a good chunk of it will be property in the center block. There'll be training and support spaces. The backup for the NG91 system will be in here, and storage for operations and quartermaster. The main floor of the building, the top left-hand corner, the blue block represents the addition for the new vestibule. That will go into a public lobby that enters into the existing meeting space that's there. And the idea is that's used for the board meetings and some other other functions as they get developed. The building's also going to incorporate, they said in here, the police services board near there, the executive administration, and the forensic labs will be in the block in the middle, with the blue block on the bottom of that being new delivery and entrance and storage areas for their vehicle that contains a very expensive equipment. On the bottom left-hand corner is the entrance and separate space for the collision reporting center. And then on the top floor of the north wing will be tech support, administrative space, and some new wellness spaces. Just to give you an idea, the additions to this building are fairly minimal. There's the block for the new vestibule near the entrance, and the other major addition is the entrance for forensic and property storage on the center block. And just another view of that so you can see it. There are a few modifications, some windows and things like that, and connecting the floors in the middle to make sure we get daylight. Similar sustainability measures, but the price tag on this building are quite a lot larger. The payback periods are larger as well, but we're looking at the simplified option to keep in mind the budget and the ongoing operations, but reducing greenhouse gases by more than the targets required for potential funding, and making sure that the building can operate and be a comfortable place to work. And again, similar lists of installing LED lights, which are already in the budget, and looking at building envelope upgrades as well, which are part of that as well. But the list balances out different options for heating and ventilation systems. So that's where the options come from. And keeping in time, we've tried to sort of fly through this as quickly as we can. If we want to have any questions, open.
Thank you so much to both of you for your presentation. So do have some questions. I have Councillor Burke and Crowley. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. My question is to the presenter, please. Of the additional 15,000 square foot footprint, how much of that is directly linked to requirements under the Community Safety and Policing Act, and how much is related to operational preferences or projected growth?
Sure.
That one's for you.
So the biggest portion, through you, Chair, the biggest portion of that addition, as you saw on Water Street, is for the detention facility. That is required. That is 100% required. What we're doing is looking to leverage the top of that particular flat space and move outward to increase and create a lunchroom so that the staff members have a place to eat. So we're leveraging the flat roof to make it into that space, but the detention facilities themselves are absolutely required. The blue spaces at Lansdowne, sorry, to continue to answer your question, for the forensic and identification are for 2 vehicles required for the IDEM. One for their equipment, which is required, and it's required by a CSPA type of requirement standards. They have to have that equipment. The other is for a forensic bay in which we can conduct our examination of vehicles that we currently seize. Do you know where we currently store seized vehicles now? We lock it up at the Board of Works. When we seize a car that's used in a homicide, we drive it over to the Board of Works and park it in there to keep it until we can do a proper examination and hope nobody goes in there.
Thank you. Through the chair, you laid out what the requirements are for the additional footprint. What alternatives did you guys look at in terms of maximizing the space that you had instead of expanding?
The first thing we looked at was how much of the existing buildings in both sites we could use. What we've narrowed down to are places. The basement of the existing building, the ceiling heights are very low. It's not safe to be able to get cells with a proper required headroom so people can't grab the ceiling, grab devices that are on the ceiling, have potential for hanging off of things. So we've had to move that out into a new addition.
Thank you. Through the chair, the report says that the increased scope and cost for the project came from subject matter expert meetings. How many of these meetings were held and who attended, and are there records or minutes from those meetings?
Chair, through you, we've had in the neighborhood of 24 meetings. We have notes and minutes from all those meetings. So all of those have been with the executive team from the service, as well as all the individual groups and individuals from the service. And then we take those back, balance them out, understanding that many of them ask for more than what they want. So we take that or don't understand all of the requirements maybe. So we take those back, vet them with the executive team and find the right balance in the middle of what it is. So some of them have asked for way too much. We've pared that back and said, you can't have it. It won't work.
Thank you through the chair. When council was considering purchasing the Calvary site for this project, why was the information about the sort of footprint of needs available for us at that time?
Have to let staff answer about sharing the information from that.
Ms. Barnes?
Through the chair, I apologize. Could you repeat the question?
Through the chair, you laid out to us the requirements for the additional 15,000 square foot footprint of the project. Why was council not given, or why was that information not available at the time when council was deciding upon purchasing the Calvary site? Because I remember clearly that pitch for us to purchase that site was that it was large enough to deal with the overlap of services and the scope of the project that wasn't available at the Water Street site.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the question. So council were aware of the requirement of 95,000 square feet. That was through the needs analysis originally, which is, I think, coming up on over 5 years old at this point. Since then, the codes have changed and the Police Act has also changed. And so these are things we would not have been aware of at the time of the purchase of 1421 as a project team. And I think Eric has something to add because he's actually been on the project the longest.
If I can add, also when the program was split between the two sites, the program that was developed initially was for a single site. There are some repetitions in spaces that are relatively minor, but when it was split, there was a little bit of difference in program. And as Gillian noted, the standards have changed and everything's updated. So we're trying to make sure when the building's finished, it meets the best needs to exceed all the standards and provide for the future so that we don't have to get into renovations or additions in the future.
Yes, thank you. I'm just sort of trying to process the information because the report tonight is about a substantial increase into the budget and scope of this project. And when I asked the question about why the necessary 15,000 square foot footprint was needed, the answer I received, and this is just my perception of it, was that this is a historical portion of the police station that we've always needed. So how much has changed from in the scope of the project from the requirements under the Community Safety and Policing Act since that 2019 space needs study, which identified 95,000 square feet?
The majority of it is the increase in training. The training facilities, as the chief can attest, there are new training requirements coming out to be able to have spaces that can accommodate virtual reality type training or mental health for dealing with clients who have mental health issues. So having that space available, ongoing training for multiple things, including that. And that's one of the largest pieces that's grown over time since we started.
All right, Councillor, would you like to go back on the list?
Yes, please.
Okay, I have Councillor Crowley, Duguay, Reel, LaChica, Burke. Councillor Crowley, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, just specifically to your presentation. Through you, Chair, the greenhouse gas optimization, it showed payback at greater than 200 years. Can you explain that? Just, does that mean that we don't, you know what, I'll let you explain.
I will try. It's been a while since I've looked at it. That was on the optimal. So some of the options have very long payback periods, which don't make sense. So we're looking at the more simplified options, which have shorter payback. In this line, it says 100 years. There are many of the items that are much considerably less than that. That's for the Lansdowne Street. Water Street, I believe, is a lot shorter than that as well.
I see. So the optimal recommendation is
So it's
100 years better
We're-
than the simplified.
we're looking at the simplified option for both,
Oh, I see. Okay.
which are the cheaper of the two options.
Mhm.
The greenhouse gas reductions are based on the Lansdowne Street in the 82% range, which minimum required is 80. Water Street was 59%, I believe. The cost difference are much smaller on Water Street. Shorter payback on the Water Street options as well.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact details of all of the pieces. We're gonna, when we move forward, go back through all of these in detail and find the best options for best payback, best investment.
Ms. Barnes, did you want to add on to that?
If I may, I'm going to ask Isla McKenzie, who's the senior project manager on the project, to actually speak a little bit to that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Just to address the idea of payback, there are operational savings on some of the features that are integrated into the efficiency report. Unfortunately, the operational savings don't outweigh the capital investment until that 100 or 200-year mark. And so we're looking at trying to do the best with the return on investment that we can with the options that are available, but also to provide the building quality for the longevity and resilience that the city requires.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. Another question. The Facility Space Committee, who makes up that committee? Is there any city staff on that, or is that?
Chair, through you. So that was a longstanding committee that involved city councilors as well,
Oh, okay.
actually, who were part of that. As well as the treasurer, myself, members of the police
Okay.
service.
I guess the last question that I have is what can be done with the current budget? I mean, I do understand that there are best practices, and I understand that there are facilities and services that our police services crew absolutely need. But regarding the current budget, is there a possibility to take out the best practice for the time being, move that to a phase 2, and work with what we sort of have allocated? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying, and Chair, through
Thank
you. The answer to that is there really isn't enough that you could do. What we're talking about in regard to best practice is meeting the needs as what's been specified. So it doesn't mean to say this is the optimal, this is the Cadillac budget or the Cadillac option we're giving you. We're just saying this is the best practice in terms of what's required. I understand about the dollars and cents, the construction costs. I absolutely get that. But things have gotten more expensive. You'll remember probably me mentioning to you when this was an option that the dollars and figures that were allocated at that time in 2019 were already insufficient to provide the size of police building that was required. And that just comes from building experiences with policing that I've been involved with that already exceeded the costs that had been set aside. I suspect that at the time, those costs that were put in as place markers, as this is the future 6 years ago, were based on an insufficient plan for this police service at that time. Things have changed, and we have the proper plan now. We can't dig down for the cells. I will tell you, we've sometimes dug out, meaning the cell doors close and we can't open them, and we've had to get people to come in with jackhammers to get prisoners out of our custody, but we can't go down. So a lot of these costs have been as a result of proper subject matter consultation that have derived this. The changes in regard to training facilities, just the mental health training alone requires a room nearly half the size of this council chamber that's empty to be allowed to move around in with mental health training and virtual reality goggles. We don't create that standard. That's just something that has now come across as I have told this council in the past about some of these things that have been thrust upon us.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I through you, Chair, I think that everything that you're talking about, the state-of-the-art police station at both ends of the city, I think that it's fantastic. I think that my concern is, like you said, the dollars and cents, and the 40% cost overrun is it's very substantial, and it's not that I don't feel like you couldn't use it. absolutely. But it's very concerning. It's a very large chunk of change that we have to come up with.
So I would say this isn't an overrun yet because we're still right sizing that budget. I would say that you can't afford not to do this, quite frankly. You're operating in a high risk environment right now with policing. That facility does not meet the needs from a health and safety perspective, does not meet the needs from an AOTA perspective, does not meet the needs from a policing standards and adequacy and effective perspective, does not meet the needs from a court perspective. It is deficient in every single way. It is not designed to be a modern state of the art. In fact, the architects will tell you, Jillian will tell you, our project manager, Hyland, will tell you, I have come from the beginning and said, this is to be a blue collar functional facility to get work done. This is not a showpiece. This is not an architectural, sorry, Eric, but this is not an architectural showpiece or a design where we will have people come. This is intended to be a functional policing facility.
Right. And just a quick.
Just
follow-
very quick.
And by no means am I getting argumentative or trying to debate you on whether or not it's value or not. I'm just coming from a point of view where that's a lot of money. And if we can break it down over a few years, if we can push projects back or extend things, that would make me feel a lot better than it would certainly to say, well, 40% cost overrun or whatever it's going to be. And well, that's the way it is. Do you know? It's sort of where I'm coming from.
And Chair, I'd like to acknowledge, I can appreciate where you're coming from. I will say we are 26 years overdue getting up to our adequacy and effectiveness. You'll recall under the previous Police Act, Adequacy Regulation 3/99, which was repealed when the new act came in and new regulations for adequacy and effective came in. There were requirements for facilities then. This city has not implemented those requirements, and the police service owns some of that because maybe they did not make that adequately available or knowledgeable to city council, but that's 26 years overdue that we are in meeting adequacy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crowley. I have Councillor DeGay, 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. Gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. I want to speak first to the Lansdowne Street site. You referenced traffic study. Did that traffic study consider future development potential? That is the vacant northern portion of the property.
Yes, we went through, sorry, Chair, for the chair to you. Yeah, we went through everything, talked about the upcoming traffic lights, potential for the development of the north half of the property. We went through in detail both sites about how they're currently used, what the future plans are to make sure that the company creating the report fully understood everything that was available.
I'm encouraged by that response. Now, if I can, visit the Water Street site. Would you mind, is it Eric, your name? Eric, would you please go to the exhibit that showed the perspective of the station, that one, right there. So I'm considering our city's official plan. And our city's official plan would indicate that the police station's within the commercial core area, the adjacent central school property owned by, I believe, Maloney Development Corporation. Its northern portion contains a surface parking lot. We're proposing a parking structure adjacent to a surface parking lot across the street from a surface parking lot. That is City Hall. Is there any potential to consider a consolidated parking facility that could potentially accommodate Central School, thus allowing development area? It's designated somewhat differently, allowing for secure police parking and allowing for some City Hall parking. And thus we would be the potential of allowing for some development here or conceivably at Central School. And meaning no disrespect to the project, but a two-story parking structure there strikes me as being inefficient given our commercial core designation of the property. Thank you.
Through the chair, to be honest, we just got the final parking report for Water Street. I think it was last week or the week before. So we're absorbing it. We have talked about looking at options to how to best, if a parking structure is to be constructed or something, making sure that it has the ability in the future or currently when it's built to be expanded to accommodate more. As I mentioned, This was on there as a placeholder for discussion. But we need to find the best use of the space. It's an existing parking lot. There's not enough parking on this site to serve the police needs. I think the existing City Hall lot is potentially very full at times. Police park in there as well. So we need to find a solution. This was what we come up with since we got the report. And there's an existing parking structure, if you're aware, that's on the site. It's rather inefficient. It's small. It has, there are stormwater issues underneath it. A lot of other issues that we need to correct while we're doing this. We don't want to run into those with this structure if we do build this structure. But we want to make sure it is appropriate, not just for the police. We want to be able to layer it so that we've talked about the bottom layer could be secure police parking. A middle layer could be either city staff and police staff, or however it might be controlled to do that.
So if I might, Mr. Chairman, I'm very cognizant of time. I would suggest that opportunity need to appropriately consider the adjacent central school, because again, we're looking at a linear surface parking lot that could be readily be developed. And I think if we are to be true to our own official plan, perhaps that structure could even consider some upper level residential accommodation. I see an opportunity. I also see, to Councillor Crowley's point, we have an opportunity to offset some costs. And if we could partner and still provide secure parking for police and parking for City Hall, we have a glorious opportunity to create a common parking structure with perhaps some other uses. Mr. Chairman, do I have another 20 seconds? Thank you. To Chief Betts, there was a comment, sir, you made about you talked about best practices, and Chief Betts, can you clarify for my benefit, perhaps for that of council, is best practice, is it the meeting that new act, or is it at least meeting the act and anticipating future? I needed some clarification, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. I'm wondering whether or not I can just acknowledge the parking structure question and then hit you up with the best practice.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So thank you for your indulgence. The parking structure that we're about to tear down to facilitate this renovation is going to cost us just over 90 parking spaces right now. The linear parking structure you see is already full to capacity with police employee vehicles. That means we are losing all the police car parking that we currently have under that structure in the flood zone there. So that piece is going to be gone. I certainly do see the value of a combined structure, certainly not for police cars. Police cars should not be parked off-site. I would vehemently oppose that as a critical safety risk for our members. We already have had intrusions onto the property for police officers and their vehicles, as I referenced when the Queen of Canada came here to arrest our officers on our property. So there are going to be some challenges around that, not that it's insurmountable, but it will also need to be addressed at the beginning phase of construction, because once we lose parking, the police officers who are working in that building have no place to park, and they have no access for my police cars. And those police cars have to go somewhere. So that's part of this. And I think that structure, as you see currently, is about $2.4 million is what the estimate is to build that right now. So just to give you some additional context to why we need about 165 parking spaces just at Water Street or for the Water Street location. And 95 of those are for police cars. So that's where that number is going to come from, and we've tried to operate within the city's bylaws in terms of parking allocations per police station. On the north side of McDonald Street, for example, there'd be significantly more parking spots allocated for a facility this size. So I just wanted to just wholesomely answer your original question on that. The other around best practices is going to be things where there isn't necessarily legislative requirements yet, but they may have come out of things like coroner's inquests and lawsuits, right? So there's going to be, for example, there is no specific allocation around cell size dimension or what the construct for a prisoner police lockup dimensions need to look like. But we know from coroner's inquests what it can't look like. And what it can't look like is what we have currently. The bars on the doors are a ligature hazard. It can't look like that. So we need proper doors. We can't put the doors on the site that we currently have because the height, and as you heard Eric speak to, the ceiling height of the cells are too short. So the fire suppression we have in that space is available to the prisoners who are inside those cells. It's not tall enough. It doesn't meet those requirements. There are cell size requirements in jails, for example, but there's best practices as derived from things like inquests and lawsuits and health and safety recommendations and Ontario Health that have come forward around that. That's an example.
Thank you,
Yep.
Chief Betts.
Do you want me
Thank
to
you.
get back on the list?
I'm fine for now.
Okay.
Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Reel, Lachika, and Burke. Councillor Reel?
Through the chair to Chief Betts, thank you very much for Chief Betts and Eric for being here. Problem I'm struggling with here is council passed a budget of $66,500,000 for a new police station. Now we have an overreach of $25,400,000 for a total of $91,900,000. So it might be a poor analogy on my part, but it's like when I was a kid and at Christmas time, I made out a list of what I wanted for Christmas. So my question to you is, what would your preference be? A new police station, renovated police station, Water Street, or the one on Lansdowne Street? Because I can't see myself supporting a $25 million overreach to do both. So I'm asking you one or the other.
Chair, through you, and I appreciate the question that you've put to me. It's not an either or. I will let the finance and the city staff speak to the finance component of things, although I do recognize that 66 million was the Christmas list that was created 6 years ago for Christmas today. And this is hardly not Christmas. It's not an either or. The option for a one-site solution ended when we did not purchase the $900,000 church at St. Paul's across from the police station, directly adjacent to that. That was our option. It did not pass at that time. That decision has resulted in this action, as every decision has a consequence or an action, and that's why we're now in two-site solution. As the facilities committee reviewed, there were no uncontaminated property available in the city to provide a one-site solution. Water Street is not sufficient, does not have a sufficient footprint to allow to go up or to go out, other than what we're talking about here for the detention cells. So that site is insufficient. To try and renovate 1421 takes us out of the downtown core. Another key element this council has told to me, and the community has told to me, we want our police in the downtown. If you recall, this was quite a bit of controversy in this city when somebody thought that this city police service was going to move out of the downtown. My word was true to the people at that time, and it remains true to council today. If you want a police station in the downtown and you need to have this square foot, we are now in a two-site solution, one of which is Water Street. And I see that the treasurer here could probably speak to some of the money piece.
So Councillor Reel has the floor. Councillor Reel, questions? Councillor, if you can just have your mic, can't hear you.
I'm remembering probably May or June when you came here and a budget asked for the police, and certainly a comment was made that 10 or 15% budget increase would do so. I'm back to the Christmas list. Are you telling me which one do you want? Water Street or Lansdowne Street? Because I cannot see myself supporting a $25 million overreach for me and this council.
Chair, through you, Chair, I don't recall the wording of that meeting, but if we can pull up the minutes from that, I'd be happy to speak to them as they exist. And your question is irrelevant because it isn't an either or. We have passed that when this council, and I believe some of the members sitting at this table were part of that council, chose not to buy St. Paul's Church. That was the solution. That was the one site solution. It was not purchased. So
Let's go back in time. We're here now, and I'm asking you a question, and you still haven't answered.
Okay.
so my answer is it is an irrelevant question that has no answer.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Chika, questions?
Thank you very much, through you, Chair Beamer. Thank you for the presentation today. And thank you for coming, Chief Betts. Always good to see you. Appreciate the work that continues in our wards. We really do appreciate it. And Eric, for the drawings, it's the first time we're laying eyes on these things. So it's a robust discussion. And so I just have a few questions. You know, in terms of looking at the two sites, my feeling and what I'm gleaning is that it's the downtown site is envisioned to be more of the detainment facility as opposed to anything operational. Am I correct? Or that the function of the Water Street site is envisioned to be primarily the detention facility. Is that so?
Chair through you. No, the downtown Water Street site is predominantly all of the operation. So all of the patrol investigative services would be run out of Water Street. A portion of that is the detention. The majority of Lansdowne is the executive, administrative, training, property, and ident, things that don't have direct interaction with the public are at Lansdowne.
Thank you. Thank you. And through you, Chair, supplemental. So there will be no detainment at the Lansdowne site. Is that correct?
Chair three, correct. There's no detention at Lansdowne.
Thank you. Was there any discussion about the possibility of some detention, or that there be a split consideration of that? I'm just asking because of optics and you know, we care very much for the efficiency of things, but just in terms of the dialogue that went on around that on a planning level. Thank you.
Chair through you. We've had some conversations about that. It's about the function of the service. I don't do it every day, but I've worked with a number of police services for a lot of years. If you were to have two detention facilities that were both open at the same time, you would have to have staff and monitoring of those 24 hours a day at both of those. There are ongoing costs with that, supervision costs, space. It's just more efficient to have all of it in one place. We did talk about the potential for the detention being there, but that separates detention at Lansdowne from the officer in charge who's ultimately in control of that detention facility. They need to be where the officers are coming in and out to monitor everything that's going on. So they're sort of like the quarterback. They need to be where 911 is predominantly, where the patrols coming in and out, investigative services, and where detention are. That all needs to be able to come through a single point. And if we start splitting that up, you're starting to duplicate staff and create more potential for hazard.
And I'm sure the discussion through you, Chair, also included having the detention in a larger site and the satellite operational service in the downtown, because that's an option too. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat the
So the question is, what would you say to the argument that the larger surface area, floor space, area that is usable in the larger Lansdowne property could accommodate the detainment facility quite significantly in an efficient way? No?
So Chair, I'll answer this through you, and maybe this is going to speak to the Christmas list. Give me the entire site at 1421, and I will abandon Water Street and the downtown core. We can put a storefront somewhere downtown, but if you give me the entire building, everything as it currently exists and the renovation costs, we can make that work because it is the square foot size that I would require. But that wasn't what we came to council to purchase. It wasn't the commitment we made to this community to maintain the operations downtown. The operations downtown requires platoons that work 24 hours a day. So that platoon, if there's 20 people, they work 12-hour shifts during the day, 12-hour shifts at night. Then we have all the other operational support people that work with them. We're probably talking in the neighborhood of 60 to 75 officers who are working during the day and closer to 40 to 45 officers that would work at night. So if we have a downtown storefront, I need a space that will accommodate several officers and a space that would accommodate people to come in and do interviews and things of that nature, an accessible space for the community to come in. Lansdowne is not necessarily readily accessible for seniors, for others who are coming in for our vulnerable sector screening checks, our background checks. However, in order to meet the needs of this council and the city and this community, this was the solution to provide.
So thank you, Chief Betts, and if I could just continue, Chair, and by no means was I suggesting that, but thank you for bringing that up. My question too is, it feels a little bit like a blank check. Like we committed to 66 million, and now, as previous speakers have said, it's 25 million more, and maybe more on top of that. We know that when you're talking about the 7 million and the 2.5 million for the Water Street extra cost, is that including the construction cost? And if not, do you have a construction estimate for us from Matheson? Is there a way to provide for us some sort of a construction estimate so that we have a better idea? Because otherwise it feels like a blank check. Thank you.
Chair, maybe I can speak to that.
Through you, Chair. We do have a construction cost estimate that is enveloped in the 91.9 million that you saw. So 58 million of that is the construction value, and the 91.9 is inclusive of all of the soft costs and fees, permits, and contingencies that have been included. And we feel comfortable that we've included sufficient contingency, that the 91.9 million is the value that we will be targeting for this project.
Thank you for providing that clarity. And just one last thought, if I may, just to finish my time. I think, our care is, as we approach budget time, as the significant cost to our taxpayers and the increase that this would represent, which is mind-boggling. And so we need to think this through. It feels like our Lansdowne Street property, from our visuals, is really twice the size in terms of the acreage, a piece of land, than we really need. So I would propose to council and to those listening, what about the thought of severing that land that is unused at this time and doesn't include what we've invested in, and selling that in order to offset some of the costs that are being presented that are over the amount that we had bargained for. It is a significant cost to our taxpayers. We care very much about meeting the needs of 2026 and the policing needs that we have. Maybe we need to step back, look at ways that we can offset that cost by selling some of this prime real estate that we haven't pinned for any other specific purpose. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chiga. I have Councillor Burke, Purnell, and Mayor Little just for questions. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. The year is 2025 currently now, and we made the decision as council, as part of our 2025 budget, to include the $66 million price for the police renovations project. That is a fact. And when those of us around the table right now are asking, the question about the elephant in the room is that, how did the project balloon from 66 to 90 million? How did that happen? And the way that I'm hearing the answers is, well, you should have known the need study identified less square footage. It was done in 2019. The cost of labor and construction materials goes up year by year. And my question is that we only made that decision in 2025. And why was the information in these answers that we're hearing tonight not given to us when we were deciding on the original initial project? Because as a councillor, that would have been beneficial to me at that time when we were making that decision. Yet here we are, we made a decision on one playbook and we're being presented another playbook and we're being told, well, you kind of have to do it and you kind of should have known that the numbers we were giving you were outdated.
Chair, I can answer that. I don't know whether or not this is appropriate for the treasurer after.
The question, through the chair, the question is simple. I don't need a long answer. Respectfully, the question is about more so to staff. Why were we not given that information during the budget time?
I'm going to start the answer to that respectfully, Chair, through you. You were, for all due respect, sir, this council was told by me when we were looking to purchase 1421, because I told you I had come from York Regional Police where we built a headquarters. And in 2010, that facility, which was not much larger than what we were looking at here, cost $80 million. And it was not enough. And I had mentioned to council at that time that the 66 million that was budgeted in 2019 was already under the amount that would be required to purchase. That is something I actually said to council, and I provided that information at that time. So you did have that information. I stand by that amount of money, and I stand by the fact that at 66 million in 2019, it was already not enough.
Through
And
the chair, in the same way.
Councillor Burke has the floor.
Through the chair, thank you. I mean, I'll give the same answer that was given to a councillor. If that information is available within the minutes, I'd be happy to see it because I remember it happening a different way. So my questioning initially, my first round of questioning was about trying to define what changes had been made to produce these additional costs. And, you know, we heard about through the chair, when the chief was here telling us about the updated mandates to do the virtual reality training, that they needed to do in terms of an operational cost. We understand that, but in this project, there's a large room that was described being bigger than this room specifically for that use. Is that best practice for other police forces? Are they going to their municipality and asking their municipalities to build them specific rooms for this type of training?
For the minutes, you'll have to refer to in-camera meetings. So that's where you'll find them if there are minutes for that. Secondly, for the size of this police service, there are police services that are going to their councils and their boards right now asking for rooms like this. They also include things like we need to build a proper firing range, a gun range for our police. As do we, but we haven't included that in the cost here. So we will continue to use the gravel pit at the goodwill of some of our community members until at such time as they need to use that space and we can no longer use the gravel pit. That is mandated training we can't get around. Other police services that were purpose-built and built with the vision of the future have that space already available to them. Again, I come from a police service where they have done that and they properly planned for that with the region and with the police service. I came from my last police service where they are also in the process and they have also purchased another building where the city actually gifted them a building that they can use and to work on renovations to be able to accommodate this as well. So yes, the short answer is yes, others are doing that.
So supplemental through the chair, you're telling us that the training is a requirement of the policy. Is the space a requirement, or are other police services looking at renting spaces or using like a flex space? Is the space required?
Yes, the space is required.
So through the chair, the space is required to have the specific space as per the updates in the Community Safety and Policing Act?
Chair, through you, the space that is required has been required for 26 years. First under the Police Services Act, that's now repealed, and currently under the Community Safety and Policing Act. We do not have the space available. We already make use of a condemned school to do some of our training because we don't have space.
Thank you. Through the chair, were alternatives to the parking structure considered?
Through you. As I've noted, the report recommending a parking structure or as an option, we just received a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. So we are open and still looking at options for parking structure.
Councillor Burke, do you want to go back on the list?
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Purnell and then Mayor Lill. Councillor Purnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to focus on the revenue possibilities to this equation because we do know there is a cost and policing is one of our mandated responsibilities. And for the record, I did support buying the St. Paul's property when it was offered. That would have been ideal. Can't win them all. So on the revenue side, with the new proposed parking garage there, I do understand that you would have to have secure parking for the police car needs. Is it at all feasible to have additional floors of housing above that as a potential partnership with somebody who would create housing? Is that allowed under the Police Services Act? Is it possible?
We'll start from a policing perspective, then turn it over to our architect from a design perspective. There's certainly nothing that would prohibit for having residential above there. You could certainly limit who could get into a certain police area for parking. That, from a design perspective, I'd have to turn over to the architect.
Okay.
Short answer, I would love to see something on top of a parking structure, on top of a commercial space like housing. It's underutilized volume space. Whatever options we could look at, I would prefer to see that than just a parking structure.
Me also, thank you. I appreciate that answer. Through you, Mr. Chair, you have already mentioned the potential development lands on Lansdowne Street, and that is a possible for revenue for us. But I do acknowledge that that's in our court. That's our land, and we have to decide after our own feasibility study what we're going to use with our part of the building and what we will do with the excess lands. But do you potentially need any additional of those lands, perhaps for additional training facilities or anything, or are your needs being met by the footprint you're are showing us?
The blue area in the middle of the plan is what's proposed to be used by the police.
Mm-hmm.
The potential is future development,
Yep.
which we are not, other than making accessible paths through that to make sure that the public can walk or stroll or wheel through that to the entrance to the building. We're not looking at doing any work on that. Similarly, in the orange piece on the back, other than life safety type things, we're not looking at doing any work in that chunk piece of the property. Everything that police are looking to use, we're looking to use is in the piece in the middle. And some of the parking for that would even be shared with the remainder of the site. There is on this some parking right on the north side of the building that we're proposing, which would serve the main meeting room near the public lobby and also the collision reporting center, trying to keep traffic in an appropriate place on the site.
Okay,
But-
thank you. And Mr. Chair, I would like to talk a little bit more, please, about the training center through you to the chief. So I know we have to have a training center, but I also understand that we could potentially make this a revenue center for us as well as a cost saving if we don't have to ship our officers off-site for training. We train them in-house. That's a big savings for us in overtime, as an example. So can we become within this budget of a focus where we can offer training to other police departments? And is it possible even to partner with the fire department for some training with them as well as a cost savings operationally for both of us? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So there's absolutely been part of the plan right from the beginning was to engage in a process of cost avoidance by not sending police officers or civilian staff across the province to get their mandated training and to host it here. I've had multiple conversations with the chief in Port Hope, the chief in Cobourg, the chief in Kawartha Lakes, the inspector in charge of the local OPP detachment, as well as the Durham Regional Police to say, how can we turn this into a hub in east of Durham region or east of the GTA out to Ottawa, essentially. So those conversations are ongoing now. I've even brought out the director and the assistant directors from the Ontario Police College to come and look at this facility and push it up through to the Solicitor General for how can we make this a facility. I have left several messages for the MPP in charge of labor, David Piccini, to try and make a meeting with him to look at, is there funding available under some of their grant options for training sites and joint training facilities. So there is an appetite because the local police services around us are also looking for this type of training and this type of availability. Where we would get the biggest bang for our buck, no pun intended, is if we had a firing range. We don't have that. I have personally visited the Windsor Police Service training facility as part of my research in a previous police service, where I was looking at what
Have space here for an indoor range, and would it be soundproof to the neighbors? Because we do have a significant housing development right beside.
Chair, through you. The eastern part of the site where the parking is on the site, in our preliminary discussions for the project, we included a building that was a range and storage facility. So as opposed to just building that storage facility, we were looking at that. There was looking at the cost, trying to control the cost of the project. That was put off. As well, there were some concerns from a planning perspective that we believe from completing the proper noise studies, you were asking about noise control, could be shown that you could accommodate that on that eastern part of the property. There are costs for extending services out to that and building the building. From a sound perspective, it's just doing sound. You'd have HVAC equipment. The walls would control the sound of the operations within that space.
Okay, so that's on a future list, perhaps?
It was something we talked about, and we've put it on that Christmas wish list for the future.
Okay, well, I do appreciate that. We're looking at the dollars we have to spend, but we haven't really talked until now about the revenues we could be generating to help offset these necessary services that we must provide to our community. So I appreciate the answers, and perhaps we should do a cost-benefit analysis to creating that expanded training facility for additional revenues and cost savings on our side. And I would encourage you to work with our new government relations person. He can probably help you get through to those officials. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pennell. I have Mayor Little, Councillor Burke for a third and final, and Councillor Lucica for a second. Mayor Little?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. My excuse me, my question is through you to Ms. McKenzie. It was always my understanding that $66 million was the capital cost in 2019. So if we fast forward $66 million to 2025, based on your experience, what is that $66 million project in 2025 dollars?
Through you, Chair, 91.9 million. The escalation that we've seen over the past several years has changed from year to year. Certainly through COVID, we saw an enormous amount of escalation, in some cases up to 70% year to year. We're now looking at escalation costs between 3% and 4%. Last year, we were factoring 8%. So the escalation continues to vary, but what we have as a result is a $91.9 million project.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. 2025 dollars? I didn't hear your answer.
2025, 91.9 million.
Right. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Little. Councillor Burke, third and final.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Beamer. Just one last question, please, to staff or to the presenters. Given that everything we're discussing is still at a Class D estimate, what's the typical variance range we might expect before we get to a Class C or B?
So the Class D is usually in the 20 to 30% range. Class C is a tighter range, and we're working towards a Class C estimate in a couple months with the construction manager. That's what we're working towards now. And just to go back on the overall cost, our word that everything we're talking about is to build a blue collar police facility that meets the needs, no bells and whistles, just make sure it's durable, energy efficient, and lasts. But we're working towards cost certainty as soon as we can in the near future.
Thank you. The research that I did showed that the Class D estimates have between a 25 to 50% variance, give or take. So is the plan then, if some of these costs, as you know, we've just heard about, there was parking information that just got to you last week, so that the plan for the parking structure is still sort of soft in that regard, which to me means that it's not really costed out fully or understood fully. So given that we're in a Class D estimate, is the plan then to keep it at the $90 million mark, Or can this council expect that if things come in higher than we've expected at this point, that the budget will increase?
Our goal is to bring it in under that budget. We had predicted that we were going to have parking issues. So we had spoken with the construction manager to get a budget that we included for the parking structure. Predicting that we knew there were parking issues from the preliminary discussions with the people creating the parking study. So we wanted to have some information to work towards where we are today. Cost certainty, if we want to add more parking to accommodate more parking for city needs, that would obviously increase the cost. Cost per foot on that would likely go down, but the overall cost would go up.
Well, thank you through the chair to help me understand then. If we start to formalize some of these costs that are being proposed tonight, and they do come in at about 25, 30, 40% higher than what the estimate is, what's the game plan? Is the game plan to look at the $90 million budget and keep the project within that budget? Or are we going to be asked to increase the budget, given the same arguments that we're hearing tonight?
Keep it within the budget is what we're asked to do and told to do. That's what our goal is.
All right, thank you. Councilor Chica, then we'll move on to discussion. Councilor Chica.
Thank you, Chair Reamer. Through you, this is a little more of a question for staff and facilities. With something with this much of a dollar sign, a $91 million sign, and because it's been a much needed long-term project, was there any discussion about public consultation over this matter? Policing and addressing our social needs is a very big topic and theme for our public. And I'm just wondering if that has ever occurred, that conversation, and why it didn't happen at any point. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We haven't done an extensive amount of community consultation specific to this project. It is an emergency service, and typically across all municipalities, it's not the case that we would do extensive consultation with the community. We certainly don't share what the spaces are, what the intent of the use of each of the spaces are for the reasons of security. So typically we don't. Obviously, the project is discussed through the budget process. So we have that consultation that takes place every year annually. So that would be the extent of it. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. Through you, Chair, just supplemental. I agree with my ward councillor mate that we did make this decision last year, and the figure was 66 million. For it to be referred to now as a 2019 figure, we should have had the differential conveyed to us during the budget talks where we made that decision last year. So I feel that that's a poor argument for it being so exponentially greater, justifiably so. I don't think it's justifiable. And, certainly we need to look at it because we can't afford it. We can't afford this. So how do we meet the needs of our policing, which is very important, and we need to do it? We need to find the money. We need to generate the revenue, as a previous councillor has said. So with that, I'd just like to say that I'm going to put forward a new business motion to request that staff report back with revenue that could be generated through the severance and sale of the land unused at the Lansdowne site.
Okay,
so
other business.
Other business, but I just wanted to give the heads up. It's just a report to investigate how much revenue we could generate to apply to the police needs that are being presented tonight.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilor Chica. Mayor Leo, questions, and then we'll try to move on to discussion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question will be very quick as to Chief Betts. Chief, could you just remind members of council the extensive public consultation that was done through the development of the strategic plan, and how broadly that consultation was done?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Chair. So we engaged a third organization, which did community consultations in person, a number of pop-up stations, online, in mail-outs. It was an extensive multi-month consultative process around what they wanted to see from policing. Shortly thereafter, we also did our own internal and external needs survey for the police service. I recognize that this is a difficult conversation to have. Absolutely. The community, by and large, wants to see cops on the street. But to see cops on the street, we need a place for them to work. And so in order for us to facilitate what the community is asking and where our presence has been demanded, we need to move forward with this. So that has all come together to put us in the direction that we're in.
Thanks very much, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Little. Chief, thank you so much for being here. Mr. Riddle, thank you for all your hard work and for you being here as well. Appreciate it. All right, so we have some recommendations in front of us. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I'd like to move a motion attached to this report. I'll read it and then I'll speak to it, please. So this is moved by me. Be it resolved that report FCS FPM 25-28 be referred back to staff and that recommendations B and C not be approved at this time, and that staff report back with 1, a detailed compliance matrix mapping out specific requirements of the Community Safety and Policing Act, the Ontario Building Code, and any other applicable standards to each facility element and its associated square footage, clearly identifying which elements are mandated and which are discretionary. And 2, a Class C or better estimate and life cycle analysis for 2 options, 9,500 square feet and 110 square feet, each with risk and contingency. 3, a budget showing only police facilities costs, excluding civic administration or future development, with a defined funding plan and budget cap. And 4, written confirmation that no decision to relocate City Hall or civic administration functions to 1421 Lansdowne Street is included in this item, and that any such proposal will require a separate report costing public engagement and council decision. And I'm going to speak to that, Chair, please.
Okay, Councillor Burke, you have the floor, and colleagues, it's on the big screen. Councillor Burke.
Yeah, I just think that around the table, I have written on top of my speech that like, no, enough is enough for this. We are being asked, this is one of the largest capital asks in our city's history, and it's being presented in a way that mixes provincially mandated police requirements with optional space, duplication, and multiple possible future city uses without clear and detailed justification. Before we commit taxpayers to this astronomical budget increase, we need clarity. We need to know exactly which project elements are required by law and which are discretionary choices. And we need to make sure that the police project stands on its own with its own budget and cap, not to be tied up with other city ambitions for the site. This motion does not stop the project. It just makes sure that we have the facts to make the right decision for our community. The report says, and I quote, "No budget impacts today. Yet we are being asked to approve $25.4 million in extra costs, taking the project to a total of $91.9 million. That's budget by stealth. Approve in principle now because we have no other choice. The property math is also unclear. The full $15.5 million purchase price was originally loaded onto the police project. Now we see an allocation of $5.5 million to police, $5.38 million to civic administration, and $5.06 million to future development. Yet all of this is still counted towards the $91.9 million total. If civic administration and future development are separate priorities, then those costs should be removed from the police project now. Meeting provincial standards is not negotiable, but overshooting them by $25 million without cost certainty is. The provincial mandates claim has not been proven here. The report cites Community Safety Policing Act, but does not show clause by clause which standards require which rooms or square footage. We need a compliance matrix before any scope of approval. Mandates do not mean an open-ended budget. I believe that we should decide how we meet the mandates within our capacity. Today's ask combines mandatory requirements with optional growth, duplication, and non-police uses. We should not pre-approve scope at a Class D estimate, which can have a 25 to 50% variance. That's how $66.5 million turns into $91 million in the first place. We need a compliance matrix, costed options, and class C or B pricing, and a do within budget plan. If Civic Administration wants space at 1421 Lansdowne, bring a separate report with needs, cost, and public engagement. And if there's any plan to move City Hall to the Cavalry site, that must be brought forward as its own council decision. I urge you to support this motion. It's the prudent thing to do. We cannot keep approving projects in principle and then be surprised when the costs spiral beyond what is sustainable for us. If we want different outcomes, we need to start by making different decisions. We are asked to approve big, now, and with vague details about the project. We are told that they will be refined later, but this is a sunk cost pressure to fund the final price of the project no matter what. I am asking to go back to staff and we can make an evidence-based decision when the real costs and the specific mandates are clear. I'm looking for your support on this. If the motion does not pass, I will not be supporting the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Burke. So speaking to the deferral, I have Councillor DeGay, Crowley, and Baldwin. Councillor DeGay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I was going to recommend at the time a motion or another matter relating to the parking structure, and I'm wondering, Councillor Burke, or to you, Chair Beamer, if in the spirit of this, is it possible to speak to that? Because it's a particular part of this motion. I do set that aside.
I think we better just stick to the deferral in front of us.
Thank you. I will not comment at this time.
Thank you, Councillor DeGay. Councillor Crowley, deferral?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can add an amendment to the deferral. Just a quick one-liner.
We don't have friendly amendments anymore,
I know they're
but
not
you
friendly,
can,
so-
we can open up an amendment. So what are you proposing?
So my amendment would be a number 5, which would ask staff to come back with a cost. I'm so sorry, John. I don't have this all fleshed out yet. It just came to me. An alternative to the 2-location solution, based on something that the Chief Betts had mentioned regarding if we gave them Waters or Lansdowne. So I'm just wondering if we could get an alternative to the 2-location solution, along with maybe a cost of moving our attention from Water Street and moving Peterborough Police Services to Lansdowne.
So I think, Councillor Crowley, the challenge with that is council's already voted and decided on a 2 solution. So I think if you wanted to look for an alternative to the 2 solution, i.e. one, we would have to reopen that. So that would have to be a different conversation in 2/3.
Fair. We will revisit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. Councillor Baldwin, defer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Question to staff, if I could, first, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Freeman. Richard, the $15.5 million purchase price, I believe at one point in time we had budgeted when we were looking for a single site solution at $4 million. Is the purchase price involved, or is it in the $91.5 million figure?
Mr. Chairman, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. Yes, the full 15.5 is in the 91. It seemed, and to the comments being made, why didn't we pull it out? It seemed disingenuous on my part, actually, that the acquisition of the 1421, it was discussed at length at council, that the square footage and the footprint far exceeded the needs of the police facility itself, the police project itself. And we talked at the time that it has opportunities for future civic administration and future development potential. It seemed disingenuous to me to carve that off and not include it. I brought it forward as part of the 91.5 million, and I articulated in the report what are the key drivers, including that acquisition cost as being probably the largest key driver of the $24.5 million. So yes, it's all in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I guess the only other thing I'd say, Mr. Chair, is we have a police services board who were all involved in the strategic plan. One of those was to develop and put in place a facility that will serve the needs of our community now and in the future. And that included a new police facility. It originally, the previous Police Services Board on which I served was looking at a one single, and the Chief Betts alluded to this, single location. But we weren't able to find a suitable location that would take into consideration all the spacing needs that we required. And so the current Police Services Board, with the input from our professional staff and Chief Betts, moved to a two-site location. And I just wanted to have Mr. Freeman articulate that some of that cost driver is the acquisition of the second site. It's in the 91.5 million. So when we talk about 66 million, wherever that figure came from, we were dealing with a one-site solution at that time. We weren't dealing with two sites. And I don't know about you, but if you were renovating something at your house, and we did this at the Memorial Center, as Mayor Leo would know, that project was supposed to be 9 million, and it ended up being $13.5 million. And we ended up with 1,000 seats less than we started with. So when you renovate, it's going to cost more money. The two sites are in place now. The extra, what's my math? The extra $11 million, $10.5 million is in the 91.5 million. So, and the other thing I'm going to speak against the deferral, obviously, Mr. Chair, is that there are no timelines with the councillor's motion. I'm not sure our staff, as brilliant as they are, will know all these things about the Community Safety and Policing Act. They'll have to go to Chief Betts and her staff over there to get that critical information they need to write the report. So I think it's redundant. We've got a Police Services Board. We've got a group of people around the council chamber that have supported the two-site solution. And so it's only in principle. I have every confidence that our consultants are going to come back and be as judicious as they possibly can and be frugal as they possibly can. But policing, as you know, Mr. Chair, it's an expensive business, just like most things nowadays. So if you want something that's going to serve the needs for our community, our members now and over the next 30 to 40 years, price tag is $91.5 million. I'm not going to support the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Baldwin. Any further comments, speakers to the deferral? Councillor Hakey, deferral. Mayor Leal, deferral. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And through you to Ms. Barnes. Jillian, it might be unfair to ask, but with this report that you're proposing here, would it come back with any of the items attached that Councillor Burke is asking for? Specifics as to what is mandated and what isn't?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Hakey, thank you. We will bring a report back with an update on the police station, definitely. We certainly can come back with a report that updates the Class C cost. The work that would be involved to do that matrix would be fairly lengthy. Likely we would incur some additional costs from our consultant to do that work. So we certainly can ask what that might be and put the work into that, but it would likely delay the project. It's a big scope of work. The work has been undertaken and carefully looked at. You've seen tonight through the presentation and the responses from Chief Betts. There's nothing discretionary within the budget. The budget is the budget that is required, unfortunately. Certainly, I don't like coming to council to have this conversation. It's very difficult. In the 10 years I've been here, probably one of the worst reports that I've ever had to bring through. So we stand by the numbers that are on the report, and we've done an extensive amount of work as a project team with the addition of the construction manager to bring the price to where it's at. So I don't know what else we could do to reduce the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hakey. Mayor Leal.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. As members know, I, along with Councillor Baldwin, sit on the Police Services Board. I'm not surprised at the $91.5 million, and it was always my understanding that $66 million was the cost of a standalone building based on 2019 estimates. Just last week, the City of Sarnia, to put this in a context of costs, City of Sarnia, which is 2021 census, a community of 72,047 people. Sarnia has a police force of 180 in total, based on uniform and civilians. Their city council got a proposal just last week to build a new police headquarters in Sarnia. 100,000 square feet. Surprise, surprise, the dollar value of that, $91 million for 100,000 square feet. They had the architects and engineers there. This started several years ago, or several months ago, I should say, in Sarnia. The cost estimate was 81 million, but with changes to the Police Services Act in Ontario, contingencies and $3 million in design fees, it moved it to $91 million. The Police Services Board in Sarnia cautioned their city council that any delay in such a project would increase the cost of that project by 4% each and every year. So when we're looking at $95.1 million, a brand new building is $91 million. So these estimates that we've been presented tonight are in the ballpark for what we want to do. And I think it's time. I mean, first of all, the most, I think, serious responsibilities we have is to the men and women that are in uniform. And it's our obligation to make sure we give them the resources necessary to carry out their job each and every day. And Mr. Chair, I'll have more to say when we perhaps get to the main motion.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Little. Speaking to the deferral, Councillor Luchika, and Burke for a second time. Councillor Luchika.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I just wanted to say that I think that Councillor Burke's motion is reflective of the fiduciary responsibility we have as councillors. We committed to 66 million last year. This is 25 million plus above that, and taxpayers deserve caution and transparency about something that's unprecedented. We have never made a purchase of this scale for an emergency operation project, facilities project ever, a pre-renovation with costs unknown. We need to know, we need to have this information to be doing our due diligence as councillors for the sake of our taxpayers. We are in difficult times. We have a city with a challenging landscape, and we need to assess our priorities and be prudent about our investment and how we do things. So I know that's where that's coming from, where the spirit of this motion is coming from. I think there is nothing that prevents us doing what we need to do to meet the needs of police services by endorsing this motion. I'm fully in support. Thank you, Councillor Burke.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Luchika. I have Councillor Burke, second time deferral.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. And I think my councillor colleague, Councillor Luchika, sort of emphasized what I was going to try to speak to, which is that this is not about shutting down the project. This is not about going back to the drawing board and looking at different site solutions. I understand how and where we're committed in this project. What this is about is taking a sober second look at a project that ballooned up from 66 million to over 90 million. And I'm not trying to stop the project, but I'm trying to say that we have a responsibility to actually receive more information about why this is happening, because maybe we can sort of uncover some ways for the reasons of that. You know, I'm not necessarily satisfied by the answers that I got tonight at this meeting, that I have a sense of what is mandatory and what is discretional. Some people have said everything is mandatory. Some people, like the consultant and the chief of police, have laid out the things that need to be done and differentiated those between what the policy requires. So I don't think I have a clear answer of what those things look like. And yes, this information will take time. No one is saying that this is going to be, you can't just plug it into ChatGPT. I understand that this is going to take time, but when we're looking at a $25 million decision, which is what we're being asked to decide upon tonight, we owe it to our taxpayers to fully understand what we are committing to. And I have been part of this council and committed to some things without fully understanding these details, and I have been rocked by the final outcome of some of these projects. So yes, it might require some more time by the consultant. Yes, it might require our subject matter experts to dig deeper into the information that we are requiring. But I think that all of these things are necessary when we are being faced with a budget ask this big, because let's put it in context. This is not a standalone project. There are other asks tonight and in our budget where we are going to be hit with the same pressures of inflation and getting our facilities and services up to a level where they need to be. And so let's put it in that context. I am asking for specific answers at a public meeting to some of the questions I have based upon this report. And I believe that that is important information for all of us to consider when we're being asked to approve this project. And that is what this is about. It's not about moving the police station. It's not about changing the plan. It's just about understanding it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burke, for that. Councillor Reel and then Duguay. Councillor Reel, deferral.
Through the chair, I'm kind of looking on page 7 or 43 in our report. And if you start doing the math and what Commissioner Freeman said, you know, take the $15 million off, which was the original cost for the building. Well, if you add up all these other, you still come to $66,500,000 for a police station. So you add a little bit of, yeah, the cost has gone up, you know, because of costs go up, but it still comes in at $66,500,000, not 81 million one here and then another one. Could somebody please tell me what future civic administration is? Can you tell me what that is? What's that cost for?
Commissioner Freeman.
Mr. Chairman, it's really speaking to item number 4 on the councillor's proposed motion. And that is that back when 1421 Lansdowne was purchased, there was an acknowledgement and there was debate at length about the fact that this on a square footage basis, it far exceeded the footprint, far exceeded the police requirements. And so that there was opportunity for a future conversation somewhere down the road, yet to be had in a future public report that would yet to come forward about what it may be used for. And it may be certain civic administration when it comes to things like, where services are being provided by staff. All city staff are not under one roof. We're spread out in numerous locations. Council's well aware of that. We lease space at numerous locations. There's opportunity to consider whether we want to do that going forward. Perhaps we bring staff back under a city-owned facility. These would be options that council could consider at a future time to avoid costs at that point. So I've packaged that up with a generic label called, future civic administration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, I mean, again, if you take $15 million off $66 million, what do you come up with? Then, while you're doing the math, total up all the asks for the police station. And it comes almost back up to $66,500 million for a police station. Might be a little over. But then why are you adding in a cost for a city facility? Forget about the $91 million. The police station still comes in, if my math is right, of the additional 1,500 square, the new parking garage, the energy building, the property portion for the police, and then there's a credit here. I still come up pretty close to $66 million for a police station, not $91 million. So you have buried all this cost of $51 million, the property, the civic administration at $5 million, and the Lansdowne property cost at $5 million to $91 million. Bob, your uncle, to me, the cost is still coming in a little over $66 million, not $91 million. So let's cut to the chase here. I think Councillor Burke makes a perfect point. Let's get the numbers. What is it going to cost for us to build a new police station, not all this other, stuff that's in here? Come on, that's a separate item to me altogether. So I want to know what it's going to cost to build a new police station, and I still look at this number at $66,500,000.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Rowe. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the chart in the budget and financials is attempting to, at a high level, take council from the budget that they approved at 66.5 million and what are the key drivers based upon the information and the changes in legislation and the Ontario, including the requirements under the Ontario Building Code for where we are at today. And there are 4 elements there at a high level: the additional square footage that's been talked about at length, the parking structure, which, if I understand correctly from the consultant, from the architect, that information was relatively new and they're still working through all of the details related to the parking structure. Some energy efficiency that council may want to consider because that's also a priority of council. And then what is the portion of the facility attributable to the usage by the police service themselves? And that totals $81 million. So the cost has changed, to the councillor's point, from 66.5 million to not quite 81.5 million. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. All right, Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I have 2 questions of staff. I'm not sure who best to direct this to. So the council decision in 2025 is $66,500,000. Was that budget allocation made prior to the implementation of the new Police Act?
Ms. McKenzie?
Yes, through you, Chair. The $66.5 million was allocated prior to the current Police Act release, which was as of July 2025.
So I'm not sure I understand the response. So if the amount, the 66.5 was established before the new Police Act?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I have a second question, perhaps to Mr. Freeman. The budget amount that Councillor Rael speaks to on page 7, does that budget amount include any revenue generation opportunity? And I'll cite, for example, Councillor LaChica's notion about potential surplus lands down street, and potential shared parking structure. But does that budget reference or include those creative revenue generation opportunities?
Mr. Chairman, it does not, nor does it include the opportunity for grants from FCM. And so staff are pursuing that, but because we did not have certainty, we didn't want to pencil in a number without that certainty. So there's several elements that may at some point in the future reduce the cost should council desire to pursue those.
Chairman, supplemental, if I may. As we heard from the project architect and Chief Betts, it's our understanding that the proposed parking structure conceptually is showing 2 levels. And what I did not hear from the delegation is that it couldn't potentially be expanded. It could. I even thought the architect, and I still see him nodding his head in the affirmative, potentially could accommodate something more and greater, which I would assume there would be a report back to this council on that very facility, which is not yet fully disclosed. I'm talking revenue generation partnership opportunity. It's not found on page 7. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. That would be the subject of a future report.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayor Leo for a second time.
Through Mr. Chair, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman, we got a grant from FCM for the new fire hall. Is that right? And what was the quantum of that grant for the fire hall?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to defer to my staff colleagues across the room. They were the key staff involved in that.
Maybe Ms. Barnes can help me here.
Yes, through the chair. That was $2 million grant through the FCM for the fire station.
2 million?
That's correct, because that was a net zero facility.
Thank you, Mayor. Any further comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Burke to defer. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. All right, thanks everyone. Our second presentation, Multi-Use Sport and Event Center, RFQ and RFP. And we have our presenters online. Jonathan Hack from Sierra Planning Management. Mr. Hack, thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. I'm going to share my screen.
Yes.
And walk you through a presentation. And while I do that, I'll just indicate my apologies for not being in council in person. I was there last week, obviously, but obviously council had an awful lot on your agenda. So I hope it's not too much of an inconvenience for you that I'm online. My schedule takes me elsewhere, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that you have. So as the title says, the aim of this presentation is really to be read alongside the staff report that is accompanies this. That staff report is CSD 25-008. And the specific purpose of what I'm doing this evening is to give you an indication of where we are in the emergence or the development of a funding strategy, and to expose where significant work needs to be done in order to even come back to you to discuss matters of choice that council would have. So in some ways it's an update, but there is a specific deliverable, and that is allowing us to go out to industry to effectively establish some of the opportunities for funding. And so it's related to the site development, it's related to how you deliver the building as well. And I'll get into all of that as we just go through here. If I can just... I apologize, I just need to get my...
Mr. Hack, if you're trying to speak, you're on mute.
My apologies. I will get straight into it rather than go through everything that I said, watching me being on mute. So the purpose of the presentation is to go in lockstep with the council report that you have before you, to enable us to go out and run an RFQ/RFP process to industry to really fill out and further investigate the capability of funding this facility. So I will get into the cost of the facility. I think obviously it's very important that council understand the nature of the costs that are written out here. But I would like to focus not only on that, and I'll give a full explanation of how the costs have developed, but also the interaction between the way you can deliver a big facility like this, the relationship to the site that needs to be chosen, and then why we're asking to go out to undertake an RFQ with a consortium of interests that may be there to develop the facility, deliver it, and also develop real estate around the site. So just to remind ourselves, it's been a while, what the building is that we're looking at. It is, as was established originally, a 5,800 seat fixed seat arena. The design can change. This is really what had been reported in earlier years before we started to focus on the site. So we've kept that in place, and that's probably the scale that you're generally looking for, but council certainly has control over the ultimate scale. It's up considerably from the size of the PMC, and that meets a broader range of event opportunities, as well as weekly hockey and other major sport opportunities for spectators as well. It's a fully equipped building. Do not think of this as an arena. It is not an arena, even though it might look like it when you're at sort of ice level. It is a multi-sport an event center for hosting a number of different events. Council has had our market update back in 2023, which further confirmed the existence of the opportunity and the impacts associated with doing this kind of building. What we didn't have was the further information that we put forward on sites, which came through. The site is a multi-location site in terms of having food and beverage services within the building. It's a much more muscular building than anything that you would currently have in the city, including the PMC. And it's got a range of enhanced building systems. So it's very much state of the art that you would put in place. And frankly, you wouldn't do anything other than that. You might change the scale in terms of the seating, but the overall functionality needs to be important. That's really all I'm going to say about the building itself, because what I would like to leave council with is very clear that we're not just talking about spending an awful lot of money for a new hockey arena. This is part of a broader project that we put in place to essentially help regeneration of an area of the city that needs it. So the building, I won't go into too many details there about its operation, but it is going to be one that is around for at least 50 years or more. The type of commercial events are myriad, and they're going to amount to something like, at least sort of 90 to 100 commercial event days a year. Now, you might say, well, that means it's going to be dark for 250 days a year. It's not the case. It will have a community function to it as well. It will be operated on a daily basis. But in terms of major events, those that have significant revenue opportunities for the building and economic impacts, looking at around 90 to 100. The operating deficit will be better than you currently have with the PMC, because it is a building that is able to attract more events, operate more efficiently. So it is a robust building. I think I also want to just make it very clear that when we're going out and asking industry for their views on particularly the real estate opportunities for the area of town that we're looking for, and I'll get to that momentarily. It's really important to make it clear that despite there being a range of partnerships that you can put in place with the private sector, these kinds of buildings, anywhere between 5 to 10,000 seats, are essentially ones that the public sector has to fund. So that is true for both the capital and for the operating deficit that needs to be put in place. But the operational deficit proposition can be significantly reduced if the building is operating at a very competitive level with other buildings, in the Greater Toronto area. So to get to just the kinds of delivery options, I'm not going to dwell on this in tremendous detail, other than say there's a range of options. And it's nothing that council has to be concerned with at this point. But down the road, and if we are permitted to go forward with an RFQ process, what we're starting to do is to ask what is the level of interest from the private sector to help develop this, recognizing that it's still ultimately going to be a publicly funded building, but there are ways that you can bring the private sector in. And there's a whole range, anything from the most simple case of design build, where it's owned and operated by the city, through to ones where there's some third-party operation and maintenance. The city currently operates the PMC, but there are opportunities to have the private sector do it and focus on what the private sector does well in terms of operating a facility to maximize revenues. The role of the city will be to ensure that all of the other requirements of a building for community access in terms of those smaller events, weddings, banquets, celebrations of life, the full range of things which are you don't need a third-party management company for, that they're taken into account as well. Right up to the point where there's a concession where you'd be giving a building essentially to a private sector. They'd fund it, finance it, operate it. You'd pay an annual amount for the next 30 or 40 years. And it would give you a certain degree of certainty, but it would certainly give the city much less control over the building. So for purposes of what I'm talking about this evening, and going forward, we're not focusing on the most aggressive models of asking of private sector input. We are going to be asking them to respond to a specific set of conditions that we put in place as to how we see this project being delivered. But we are giving the opportunity for them to go forward and suggest other solutions. What I'm indicating to council here is that we need to be very careful not to get ahead of ourselves as to the assumptions that, public debt can be simply replaced by private financing. So on that conclusion, the approach we're going to take for the purposes of the funding plan that we're starting to develop here is that it's likely to be publicly funded up front, and then you would be looking to defray the costs of public debt that's required through a range of revenue sources, including the better operation of the building itself. So using a third-party management firm to do that. The other big aspect, which I'll get into, is the opportunity, if you can make it happen, and this is what we really want to drill down on in the next phase of work, for private sector development in the surrounding area, which generates increased taxes, which can be applied to the debt which is created as a result of this building. So the approach for the remainder of this presentation, just going forward, is that it's public funding and the development of incremental annual revenues to help support the debt service that would be required. So on that, the approach here, and this is important that I just run through this, is that the approach here is that the total amount of the cost is essentially achieved firstly through a debt instrument. So it's a very large number, unless you can find certain grants to offset. Now, I will note, we do read the press and we've seen reports that have indicated that there are no grants which would be attributable to this facility. And I think it's a case of yes and no. It's certainly, you do not rely on the assumption that you can get any number of grants to defray the costs to the city in terms of its debt obligations. But at the same time, any one of these projects will get split out into all of its constituent pieces, and the ability to get grants for certain pieces of the project, not necessarily for the quote unquote, semi-professional arena function, do exist. And I'll explain a little bit how you might go through that. So the idea of getting grants to fund this, you don't assume you're going to get it, but you never stop looking for it. And that's really the approach that you would have in any kind of funding plan. But we wouldn't be coming back to council and saying, trust us, we think you can get some grants. That's not the approach that we would take. So we're looking at debt. And just giving some numbers there is, the city has a self-imposed debt limit, which is quite well below the provincial cap under legislation. So that's kind of a baseline assumption for us, is that the city isn't going to extend itself unnecessarily for this project when you have all the other priorities that you need to pursue as well. But, the goal here should be to try and find a number of ways to defray debt that would be incurred. So let me just pause for a moment and talk about some of the capital costs, because I think it behooves us to sort of explain the approach we've taken, particularly having listened to the previous discussion about the police building. So I'll just sort of run through from the beginning of the project. So in 2018, there were two options. One was a single ice surface, 5,800 seat arena. That there was one option. Then the other option, because you hadn't yet built the Miskin Law Center, was to have a second ice pad, a community ice pad, as part of the complex, and that had a higher cost. But the comparable project here, where it's just one ice surface and almost 6,000 seats with a contingency of around 25%, was around $90 million. So that's 2018. As of when we reported back in 2023, second quarter of 2023, our report to you was in the fall of 2023. A broad estimate of escalation using, the general cost escalators that are out there was something like 50%, 48%. So that jumped the project considerably. And that was the usual case that we'd seen across the board as a result of the pandemic, very, very significant increases. By 2024, the end of Q4 2024, it was, the total increase over 2018 was about 60%, just under. So the project came in around $145 million with the contingency in it. And then what we've done, because our practice in our firm always is to be very conservative, meaning go for a higher cost rather than have to report how things have increased. Now, obviously, escalation is not something we can deal with. If the project is delayed by several years, there will be escalation. But as it stands, at any snapshot in time, we like to be going very high on costs rather than going low and just trusting that things will work out. So we take that contingency quite seriously and we add it. It's not a variance either way. We say, no, it's a cost plus 25%. So we're at 145 million for the building. And that's similar to what you see on a couple of other projects which are currently underway elsewhere in Ontario, in Brantford and in Sudbury in particular. But then we've added on a provision for costing, which is not yet known, but we have good intel on the type of remediation, and it's not dramatic in terms of the costs, we think, for remediation of the preferred site, which is the Public Works garage and Public Works yard on Townsend Street. And then the potential for additional site development that might be required through geotechnical issues and things of that nature. So we went very conservatively, somewhere between 160 and 170 million. So that's an overestimate of those costs, but we think for purposes of what we're doing, knowing that this is going to rumble on for a bit of time as well, so there's going to be some escalation, let's have a larger number. So we've done that. We've used a number there of $165 million. And the proposition here is for analytics is, okay, how do you fund that? Well, if you were to get a 30-year amortization, in other words, if you were to take debt on all of that, notwithstanding the other projects that you have and the cap that you self-impose for debt, a 30-year amortization period with an interest rate of around 4%. When we wrote this, it's probably around 4.5%. But rates have come down a little bit. So that's with Infrastructure Ontario. It's not going to a commercial bank. If you were able to achieve that, that means you're essentially paying $10 million a year. Obviously, the good news is simply once you have debt, essentially, you can monetize the debt through the normal process of escalation. But it's a very sizable amount. The funding plan is going to have to be in place for a considerable length of time, which does give you some opportunities. It doesn't mean you have to have the funding plan completely sewn up in year one. Not that we want to introduce unnecessary risk either to the project, but these are the dynamics that we need to continue to discuss as we go forward. The next few slides, I'm going to give you an indication of just a very summary of the options for funding. And the point I would want to make, and then the risk associated with them. These are really a shopping list of funding sources. So what we haven't done and what we're really asking to go forward with is to get into more detail. Any one of these funding sources is going to have to be something that council would exercise its choice relative to all the other capital obligations you have. But let's just dive into it quickly in terms of what the funding source is, and then what the funding constraints or the likelihood of achieving funding might be. So as I've mentioned, major federal or provincial funding, we would put that as a highly limited opportunity. Other grants, the Canada Community Building Fund is the former gas tax fund. So it's locked in. It's a formula based on population. It's anchored based on a few years. So I think the current allocation of funding runs to 2027. So there'll be a new tranche of annual numbers from 2028. Again, we're not saying whether or not you should use that funding for this project, but it is there to be used for certain parts of the project. We did check in with FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and when you hear the word arena, no, it's a commercial arena, I should say, no, we can't fund it. But that is not how we would approach this. We would approach this by saying, what are the pieces of the project? And so we might be coming back to council and saying, look, there's a remediation piece. There's a civic square. There's an active transportation connection to this. There are various parts of that budget, large though it is, that could warrant consideration under the existing grant that you do have access to in the gas tax. So again, not talking about whether you make a choice for this project versus another road or bridge project, but in terms of just the baseline eligibility, there's a conversation to still be had. On fundraising, people always use it as an opportunity. They often reference the existence of, philanthropic members of the community, including players from various professional sports and others. And while we recognize that, of course, fundraising for this type of facility versus, let's say, healthcare, for example, we wouldn't want to suggest that you can do that. So this is one where it would be, we put it on the ledger here, but we're not going to put any numbers to it. It's a case of whether or not at some point in the future, when the project takes shape, whether or not there's an opportunity for fundraising, and there will be, but we don't want to put a number on it for coming back to council with decision making, because I think that would be erroneous of us to do that. And then other grants and transfer payments that the city has access to, you could allocate it to this project if you saw this project as a significant priority. But for the moment, again, we're not going to speculate and overemphasize something that would be, again, an ongoing conversation. So that's the direct capital funding. On the annual funding sources, if you were to take out that debt and you're looking at, say, let's just say it worked out to be $9 million that you had to find every year, what are the funding sources that you could get on an annual basis? So we're looking at development charges, firstly, which would be the ability to actually come off the top capital costs. It wouldn't be an annual charge, but it would be asking what portion of this project is eligible for funding under development charges. It's not the same as saying, do you have any money in the reserves? It's simply saying, do you have development charge eligibility for this project? And we've taken quite a bit of advice on this. And the position is one where if you were adding this facility and keeping the PMC open, then you're adding a facility. And then to the extent it's not commercial use, so where there is community use of the facility, that would be eligible as potentially eligible for development charges to help fund the project. The approach we're taking, again, because we want to be conservative, we want to be try and be as risk averse as we possibly can in putting this funding plan together over time, is to say the likelihood is that development charges would not be forthcoming, in part because I think it's a reasonable assumption for us for the purposes of what we're doing, is to put everything on the table, including the demolition or the removal of the PMC from the city's financial responsibility. It's not saying that that's what we're recommending. It's saying for the purposes of doing a financial analysis, everything has to be on the table. Going through others relatively quickly, there is the municipal accommodation levy. I think there is actually a very strong potential to use that. Again, it would mean that you're doing it to a degree where you would most likely have to make a choice not to fund other projects, but that is the nature of decision making that council has to make over time. And so, the other option is you can possibly increase the levy. Requires consultation with the hotel accommodators, but you do see it. City of Toronto has been doing it, I think, in advance of the World Cup coming next year and the capital costs associated with that. Ticket surcharges, absolutely. They need to be looked at, potentially enhanced. The question is whether it scrubs off any demand. I think it's unlikely to. And I think you certainly, as it relates to all the other events that you put in place. And so really what you're doing is you're pricing for events and asking the tour promoters to add it to their ticket fee, right? So you are pushing out the opportunity to fund with every ticket that's purchased for this facility. So that's a definite. Naming rights, again, a definite. This facility will establish significant naming right opportunities. Now, oftentimes, it's generally put to offset the operations because the money comes in on an annual basis normally from the commercial company that takes those naming rates. But it doesn't have to be. You can capitalize those aspects. But either way, if it reduces the operating deficit, then as you'll see, if you are removing the PMC from the city's financial obligations, then you're saving money, and that can be applied to the paying down the debt of the facility. Casino revenues, again, obviously at high in demand, but they are there. $3 million estimate for 2025, and the potential for surplus, if that were to happen, could be allocated to this project, or the whole thing could be allocated to this project. Linear assets such as hydro corridors for sale or easements, we're assuming no, but again, it's something that you do look at, as we have in other projects or in other parts of the country. You know, the contribution from downtown business associations. I think, given the realities, it's a difficult case to be made to ask retailers to put in extra funds as part of their annual levy for the business improvement district, and so we're going to suggest it's questionable and essentially discount that to zero from this part. But other funds,
Mr. Hack, you're doing a great job. I know we have quite a few slides left, so if we could just maybe pick it up a little bit, because it looks like we have a ways to go yet.
Yeah,
Thank
certainly.
you.
Okay, thank you. You can see there are other funds, dividends from the Peterborough Holdings Inc., and then operating deficits. If you were to close the PMC, this building will operate better. There's a cost savings delta that gets transferred to the costs of the new building. Real estate incremental, I'm going to deal with that momentarily. Parking revenues, if you were to charge for events and those lots owned by the city. And then the best use of a third-party management company can actually reduce some of the costs associated with certain of the fit-up and fixtures you have in the building. And then, of course, not that we're suggesting it, but you could be very transparent to members of the public and businesses, indicating exactly what the levy would be to the tax base in order to support the amount that remains unfunded from all these other sources. Just moving on. I'm going to move through this because I've talked about most of it, so let me do that. Similarly, that's the MAT tax. I'll go through that. And in terms of the site, so this is the city's own site. As you know, it's the public transit garage and secondary public works yard. This is the site that's chosen, and in part it's chosen because of the significant opportunity to A, clean up the site, and B, obtain urban regeneration around it. And this is the key aspect of the request going forward for doing an RFQ, is that we did a full analysis, and taking my management consultant's hat off and putting my urban planner's hat on, we did a very scoped assessment of what we thought was a possible increase in assessment that might happen as a result of parking essentially, $150 million plus of building on this site and cleaning it up. What struck us from this analysis is how low the existing commercial assessment actually was. And in some cases, it had declined. We did an assessment from 2012 to the current period, so we had a baseline, and then we projected forward. The result of that is that within a 400-meter radius, and that's a reasonable radius to look at the potential to essentially elevate real estate investment opportunities and therefore raise assessment and taxes. We did a low, medium, and high scenario, and just to focus on the bottom number there, anywhere between 4 and 7 million in net annual taxation. If that were to happen, you are, and I put if, and that's why we want to do the RFQ as the first next step, you would be moving substantially towards funding this building, if you put the blinkers on and said that that was a useful allocation of those taxes. So there's just some more numbers. I won't go into the detail there. I'm happy to, that's the assessment. You can see it goes significantly from a very low 95 million up to, under the high scenario, 382 million in terms of the difference between 2024 and 2040. Now, we don't know whether it's going to be built out in the manner that we've suggested in a 16-year period. And obviously, haven't made a decision on the building. So if you didn't build this until 2030, you might be looking at 2045 or even 2050. So it's all subject to change. But directionally, I am convinced that because we've done it elsewhere, we've seen it elsewhere, that the real estate opportunity to help fund through tax generated, if you put the conditions in place to allow development, enable it, and that's what we're looking to do as part of this process, it can go a significant way forward to helping fund a project. And that is the taxes generated, as I said, between 4 and 7 million based on those scenarios. And then the last slide here, just to go through it, this is really where we want to tie it. We're at a point where, as you can see, there are a lot of open conversations about funding, and it's not for a consultant to say, we recommend you take casino revenue. What we want to be able to do is continue to work on a funding plan and all of its variations and options that look at all of these items and their impacts on the decisions that you would have to make to splice this project into the existing program of capital commitments over the next few years and then over the longer term. And if we can do that and tie in the potential for developing at this particular site, because we believe it has the best capacity to generate assessment growth, tax revenues, and urban regeneration, then that's what we want to be able to come back to council with in the next period. So I'll stop sharing there. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, I'll stop sharing and hand it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hack, thank you very much for that presentation and all your hard work. So we do have some questions. So I have Councillor Reel, Burke, Lachik, and Parnell. Councillor Reel, questions for the presenter?
Through the chair to the presenter, you opened up kind of the door for me to ask the question. If I'm looking at the finances here and your numbers are right, $175 million, $9 million to cover that cost per year. If my math is right, that's 4 to 4.5% every year for 30 years of a start of a budget, without any other things, that we have to pay for wages, pensions, and benefits for our people that work at the city. So could you tell me when would be the best time for us to go out to the public, ask them if they're interested in building a sports and entertainment center at $175 million and a tax increase every year for the next 30 years, 4.5%. Could you give me an idea about that?
Yeah.
Mr. Hack?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Reel. It wouldn't be 4.5% necessarily. What we would do is we would be coming back with greater certainty as to what we think the funding gap is. So let's say it is 165 million as we put on the page there, despite that being a very high conservative estimate. If it were to be that, and you were able to put together funding, and it was $9 million a year, and you're able to say get half of it, so 4.5 million, you've got to find 4.5 million a year. That's what would be, go to the tax base that would need to be funded. To your question, so that will be a number. And as to your observation of when to go to the public, I think firstly it's important to do that. I do think it's important, though, to have more information. I would be reticent to just simply go out to a public meeting with such a high capital cost and be talking as you've heard me, which is, you know, these are buckets of funding we could find, because if I were to add up the buckets of funding, the building gets paid for. But you and I know that that's not a realistic circumstance because you have all the other things that you need to put on the capital slate as well. So I think we need a little bit more work. I think once we go public in the sense of doing an RFQ, which will be looking at how we can leverage real estate around the project, as well as an understanding of who the teams would be to potentially develop this, with no commitment necessarily to going to a full RFP. So council's not having its hands tied. Maybe between those two pieces of work, that would be the ideal time to go to the public, because I think we'd have a better read on the risks or the certainty or lack thereof of getting real estate developed, which is going to generate taxes within a reasonable time frame. So we'd be better informed at that point, and then it would be a good conversation to have with the public.
To the chair, to the presenter, I mean, we hired you to do a job to look at potential sites for a sports entertainment center. And then what would be the potential for that? So now you've done that homework. Then you've pared down to now a site where you figure the public works yard would be the potential for doing that. And then again, an RFQ going out to see if there's a potential for businesses that might be interested in partnering with us on that site, probably commercial or whatever, residential, whatever they want to get into. Your slide up there said that the cost of this will be borne by the taxpayers. And I think it behooves us, regardless of what that number is and what you bring back with, might be funding from here, might be funding from there, somewhere along the line, the taxpayer of the city of Peterborough is going to be on the hook for a certain number, and they need to be asked, are you interested in a sports and entertainment center? That's a decision not for me as a councillor, that's a decision for them. I have been elected 4 times, have gone to the doors of thousands of homes, and I can tell you, I can count in my one hand the amount of people that asked me or told me, would you build a sports entertainment center for me? Now, in fairness, I'm a season ticket holder, or was, for the Petes, but I am for the Lakers. And it is, people come up to me and said, would you build a sports entertainment center for us? Now, but that number is pale in comparison to 83,000 people that live in the city of Peterborough that are going to pay for this. So again, when is the opportune time? Because here we're asking to make a decision on a site, going out to an RFQ. I think it's about time we ask the citizens of Peterborough, are you interested in even doing this at whatever that cost may be? Because it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, could I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, look, I fully understand that. What I'm suggesting to you is don't think of this in terms of, there's going to be a partner on this site. This, as I said, for purposes of looking at the funding, we're not going to get confused or bamboozled by solicitations that they can be built for us. They'll come. People will be telling us that they can build this and there'll be convoluted mechanisms. We know this is publicly funded, Councillor. What we're saying is we're going to have a very surgical RFQ, which is saying this site, city-owned, city is going to have to be on the hook to build this facility. In other words, to fund this facility. And there's going to have to be a design team, a constructor, operator, all of that stuff come in. But also we're interested in, can you or can you not deliver on building real estate in the surrounding area so we create a district? And if we can create that district, then it is not publicly funded. It is funded by that development that happens over time. So there's lots of risks involved, and I'm very happy to go to the public, but I think we need to have a little bit more information by actually holding the developers and others that would wish to bid on this, holding them to account to explain to us how they can do it within a time frame that makes it a viable funding source for this project. So I'm 100% on side with your observation and needing to go to the public, I think you've got to wait a few months to do this. What we're really asking for is the ability for us to delve into a bit more detail for this funding plan. And I think that will help everyone, as opposed to just, dropping tools now and going out to the public and asking a question in a bit of a vacuum. So hopefully that's understandable.
Thank you. Councillor Rillo, would you like to go back on the list? You're good? Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Rillo. Questions for the presenter of Councillor Burke and Lachika. Councillor Burke?
Thank you, Chair Beamer. My question through you to Mr. Hack. Thanks for your presentation. In your last statement, you were basically talking about how the development around the site was going to fund our portion of the site. How do we do that as a municipality to make sure that those development charges and the tax revenue goes directly to the site and not just into our overall budget where it could go in any which direction?
Yeah.
Because I think my understanding of the development charges is that they're very prescribed and we don't necessarily have the flexibility to take from specific development charges to specific projects.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. It's a good one. And as I said, I don't think this is development charge eligible. I mean, I'm always striving for ways to split the project up. And if you did decommission and even raise the PMC, get rid of it, and I'm not, again, I know it's something that has a lot of emotional importance to people. So I say this simply to be clinical about the financing side of things. If you did remove that building, as opposed to alternative use for it, you're essentially replacing it. And when you replace it, it's called benefit to existing. It's not growth related. That's a simplification, but it means that you're not going to get DC eligibility for this project. So what we're really talking about is the timeline to get retail, commercial office, residential, probably a lot of residential development around the site. And it's the taxes that are generated by that development that would help defray the annual portion of the debt. And of course, although it is 30 years, and Councillor Rio is absolutely right, it's a long time to lock into. That 7 million I gave you there as the top end is a 2025 tax number. The reality is that actual dollar amount will go up, even if you hold the rates constant.
Thank you.
Because of inflation. So what I'm saying is I think it's taxes as opposed to development charges, if that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Hack. And through the chair, I have about 6 questions that I'd like to try to get through, please, that are important for me in terms of myself making this decision. So I'd like to just get through them quickly if we could. I guess, you have a lot of experience with this. Once proponents are shortlisted through the RFQ process, how often do municipalities walk away from the project at that stage?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they do. I can't give you a specific number, but there are a number of times where the municipality will walk away even from a second stage RFP, where the numbers are just too high and the funding plan just doesn't come together. Fort McMurray was one which was probably an overbuild. They wanted 7,000 or 8,000 seats. It was a concession. It got very expensive, and macro circumstances changed. So even though they were well along the process, because of the drop in oil price, they cancelled that project. And Thunder Bay was another example of that. So the way I've explained it, and I have in a couple of presentations over the last few years, is I look at this as, decision-making pathway where you essentially have, it's a train on tracks and you come into a platform. I think at any point you have the ability as council to receive the information and determine at that point whether it's worth staying on the train and going to the next station or stepping off at that point and ending the journey. And so I think we're kind of almost in between stations here in that we need to get a bit more understanding of financing, from say the real estate, and then we can come back to you and see these other funding sources and say, could you see a way to putting some casino revenue to this? To do it at the moment, there isn't enough solid ground. So
thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Through the chair. One thing I'm trying to figure out is that in the report, it says that the project doesn't require a land assembly, but I think that it's a bit of an inconsistent message because we're definitely hearing that from the sort of side of the project that's not the arena. It does require a land assembly. So can you help please for me clear up that inconsistency? Because on page 4 of our report, 48 of the agenda, it says that It does not rely on land assembly.
Yeah, well, through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, the site is the city's site, so the city would have responsibility for making sure that site is remediated and ready for development. The reality is, yeah, I mean, what we want is the private sector to take the risk of assembly or otherwise on other surrounding sites, if that were to be the case. So, from your perspective as a city council, you've got a great site here that can be used. What we're trying to navigate in the next process, if you approve this, is to what extent are the teams that will come forward able to give us real clarity as to the challenges of making development happen around the site? And obviously assembly is a challenge for anyone. So we want to get to that as well.
Thank you very much. My question through you, Chair Beamer, to staff, and it's a big question, is how will this project, if it goes through, what effect will this have on our future and current capital projects? And how will that limit what the city is able to do, given that we're extending our debt significantly to do this at the project, whatever it's being projected at? I've heard 150 million, 200 million.
Mr. Hack?
I'm sorry, was that a question of me? Well, I think it may be a question of staff. I mean,
we'll save that for staff, actually, Councillor Burke, if we'll save that for the discussion period with staff.
Okay.
And any further questions for Mr. Hack?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Lachika, questions for the presenter?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Beamer, to our presenter, thank you very much. I was looking forward to this presentation, partly because I expected to see visuals. I didn't see anything on here that engaged me in a visual way. I was looking for a pitch. I was looking for an articulation of a vision of what this could be for our city towards the redevelopment of our downtown. Our taxpayers, our citizens absolutely need to have their voices heard about their desire for this or not. I think that is so significant. And at this late in our term, when there are so many things on the front burner that we're trying to address, certainly the citizens of Peterborough deserve to see what that vision is intended to be. We've seen a lot of numbers. We've seen potential funding sources. We've seen risk presented. As the climate action and environment co-liaison, when I see that the potential risk management at the foot of Townsend, where this site is, could be exorbitant, because these are the reports that we've been getting, and it will be remediated over time as it unfolds what is going to be necessary. This is something that's significant to the citizens of Peterborough and also to the taxpayers, because we need to pay for that remediation according to this report. We're hearing about a civic square. You mentioned a potential civic square, and I can't visualize that because you haven't shown me any of that. Leverage real estate around the project. You articulated that line yourself. So, I'm eager to know more, but I'm asking myself, is this the right time for our public at this stage of the game, in this term? Is this the right time? Perhaps it's a question for a referendum for election time. Is this something the public wants? And if so, and if we have more information, my question is, why is there no visuals tonight? And can you capture what that vision is on a downtown redevelopment level? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, appreciate the question, very much do. Cart before the horse. And I say that because it's very easy to put visuals together. They exist from others that have come forward and put in plans going back, 10 years almost. And they are meaningless unless you can put an order to it. And so while details may not inspire people, trust me, if you don't have these details in place, those renderings that will come from the teams, and trust me, they will. I deal with that on other projects. Visuals work. You are absolutely right, but not yet. And I say this why. we've just commissioned $100,000.
Supplementary, if I may just ask, thank you, through you, Chair. So are you saying there are no visuals right now for the building proper? Are there visuals that you're working with right now? Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr.
there
Hack.
are. Yeah, there we have functional space programs, as we call it, for the building itself. So we know how big it is. We have a footprint for where it would meet. We have an idea of where there might be civic space put forward. But what we want to do is make sure.
No drawings?
Okay, so
Pardon me?
let's,
No
let's,
drawings?
let's let Mr. Hack finish.
I
and
can
then
continue
Councillor
if you
Chico
wish
go
for
to you.
the answer.
Apologies, Mr. Hack.
Yeah, the answer very simply is wrong time to put visuals that are just going to confuse people and give people to a higher expectation or transgress onto people's private property holdings. It is, as we said, the RFQ process will give you a very good sense of the vision. We've been working since 2018. We would have been ready in 2020 had it not been for the pandemic, obviously, to move forward to this stage. But one of the things we wanted to do was make sure the city's official plan, which I think is a great official plan, caught up with the process. We were talking about regeneration, using examples of Moncton and downtown Edmonton, London, all of these examples, but the city needed to have its central area aspects of the master of the official plan put in place. That's now in place. So hopefully I'm being helpful by saying, look, I get it. Visuals are good. The ingredients are in place. We know where the contamination is. We've just spent a lot of money doing that. We're ready, and we're going to articulate it through this RFQ process so that by communicating to the teams with detailed information in that regard, the visuals we get back will be realistic. And that's what I want, realistic visions, because we owe it to you for a funding plan. If they can exceed it, great. But we need to
thank you. And just through you, Chair, just one supplemental question. So when you say report back to the team, are you referring to this project steering committee that's indicated within the report? And if so, who are those individuals? Certainly, there are not councillors mentioned in the report. No. Were there councillors mentioned? I'm concerned about the level of transparency about the process. If there has been a steering committee and a team that's been receiving information along the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
through you, Mr. Chair. No, there's no issue, I don't think, with transparency. There was a task force or a steering committee that was helping with work back in 2023 and actually before when it was 2018, 2020. And that was a group of a range of people, and there were some councillors and the mayor, of course, on that committee. But what we've done here is been working through technical aspects. And when I say returning to the team, I mean to council. So, when we had, and I think the staff report makes it clear that when if the RFQ is put out and we get responses to it, and be assured we will get a very significant response to this, we'll be coming back to council in the late winter of next year. So February time, I think, is referred to in the staff report. So coming back to you directly with all of the information.
Great, Councillor Chica.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Chica. Mayor Royal, questions of the presenter?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Hack. Mr. Hack, when the RFP comes back, several proponents would have drawings, renderings, etc. That might be an opportunity to go to the public and show the public what these drawings and renderings are. Would that be a possibility, sir?
That's my thinking. I think we want to make the process as public as possible to the extent we can. There'll be things which, the process itself may need to provide confidence for the individual bidders. But in terms of the vision for the area, we can even put into the RFQ provisions that there needs to be public dialogue, not individual teams going out to the public by themselves, but a coordinated, centralized consideration for public input after the RFQ process is put in place. So and they report back. So yes is the answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hack. Thank you so much for all your work and for being here this evening.
Thank you.
All right, so we have some recommendations in front of us. 8D. Do we have a mover? Councillor Mayor. Moved by Mayor Reel. All right, speakers. I have Councillor Purnell, Councillor Reel. Councillor Purnell speaking to the recommendations.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At first, I would actually like to separate out item D3, the existing Memorial Center property east of Roger Nielsen Way, as described further in the report. I do believe it's premature at this stage to include that property in this process because we are about to embark on, an indoor sports and recreation master plan. It is in the budget for 2026. At this point, we deferred it from 2025. It's still in 2026, much like we did with the outdoor recreation and sport master plan. We looked at all of our assets. What do we have? We did significant community consultation as to what do we need now and into the future. And then we came up with this master plan that was unanimously endorsed. We're about to embark on that very same process for our indoor facilities. And I do know that with the Memorial Center, we would have to do a full analysis. Obviously, will it be financially feasible to keep this as perhaps a full-time indoor lacrosse facility, or it could be a much-needed indoor soccer facility or a combination thereof. We know lacrosse will fit in there. We also have done the numbers, the research, and we know we can fit 1, 2, or 3 soccer fields in there, depending on which division is playing. So it really does present an opportunity. We can't say yes for sure right now because, will it be financially feasible? We won't be running the ice plant, so that will save us a lot of money. It's a building that's already there that's very important to people emotionally, as well as factually. We know it's not great to tear down an existing structure for the environment. So for those reasons, I don't think we should be including the Memorial Center in this process. At some point, we will have to look at it after we do that whole analysis of our indoor plans. As to the overall project here, all of the recommendations, I do understand that the overall goal here is downtown revitalization. I agree with that. That makes sense. I'm happy to receive it for information. I understand how we got to 182 Townsend Street. I mean, a lot of homework has gone into that. And I do agree that we should do the RFQ and the RFP because we cannot do this. We cannot afford this on the municipal taxpayers' dollar. We absolutely can't. So we need partners. And the only way we will find partners is to go through that process of the RFQ and RFP. And I can tell you right now, I am not willing to max out our debt capacity as a municipality or max out our credit card for 30 years. Absolutely not. I am not willing to defer important capital projects that many of us have been waiting for and fought for years to have on the books. And I don't want to pre-commit other sources of revenue that we have already committed to, doing capital things. But also some of them are not always going to be reliable. You cannot count on casino revenue as an example. That's why we said, okay, we'll only use casino revenue for capital projects and not operations. That's a very dangerous thing to do. And we know we've never actually realized the hope we had hoped for, 5 million a year, because COVID hit and there's online gambling is happening at an accelerated rate. And the municipalities get zero of that revenue. So we can't count on that revenue as reliable, especially if we have a mortgage. So I am willing to follow all of these things with the RFP, but I would ask my colleagues to defer on item D3 because we need to do a lot more homework on that one. Thank you.
D3.
Including Memorial Center property as part of the RFQ right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pernell. So we'll separate out D3. All right, so speakers to the recommendations. I have Councillor Reel, Vasiliadis, Burke, Mayor Leal, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Reel, 5 minutes.
Through the chair, I understand where we are right now and what's asking us tonight. I have no problem supporting the deferral on 4E. The question I have is for Mr. Kennedy. What is the drop dead date for us to put a referendum in the next election for 2026? And I think I made my point very clear that I think this is a decision by the taxpayers of the City of Peterborough. An example of that referendum, and do you support the City of Peterborough proceeding with the construction of a new sports entertainment center in the downtown at an estimated cost of $150 million to $200 million, which would require significant increase in property taxes for the average homeowner, could reduce the city's ability to fund other major infrastructure projects. A simple yes or no. So what is the drop dead date for the referendum on the next election in 2026?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a process that's outlined under the Municipal Elections Act, which has various steps. It has various deadlines. It does involve the municipal council passing a bylaw to then put forward a question. And I believe some of the dates are in the spring of 2026, but I'd be happy to provide that further information in an email to council with all those details. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. I don't want to miss that date. I know we're going to get some more information here from the proponent that was here tonight, and certainly the firm that we hired. But I think at some point, the taxpayers of the city of Peterborough have to be asked, do you want to build a sports and entertainment center? Simple. And like I said, gone door to door, 4 terms as city councilor. I can count in the one hand the amount of people said, build me a sports entertainment center. I do get asked at the Lakers game, would you build a new arena? In fairness. But again, that's pale in comparison to 83,000 people that could potentially paying for this here. And I think that they need to weigh in and have all the information, but I don't want to miss the date of this going as a plebiscite on the next election. Do you support us building a sports entertainment center? Yes or no? That's the job that I have as city councilor. I think the 11 people sitting around this table, you didn't run, because I've talked to every one of you. The people said, my number one thing is build me a sports entertainment center. I can tell you the 3 things at the door you heard: fix my roads, clean up the downtown, housing and homeless. There were some other things that went along with that, but I can tell you they're the 3 button items. And they're still the 3 button items right today. And out of that, sports entertainment center is way down on the list of what the asks were. So I think it behooves us to make sure that that gives a plebiscite on the next 2026 election.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Reel, and thank you, Clerk, for emailing that at your convenience. Councillor Vassiliadis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Commissioner Laidman. Now, when I look at the financial implications of approving this report, all I see is $85,000 remaining in the budget. Is that the only financial implication in approving this report right now?
Through you, Chair Beamer, that's correct. For this stage of the process, that's the only thing being contemplated right now, and that's an existing budget that the city has already allocated to this project. So we will continue to use the budget allocated for this stage of the process. Clearly, at the end of the RFQ process, though, there will be another budgetary ask for sure, because that's the only money remaining in the capital project.
And then that ask will come in February of 2026 with another report, right?
Through you, Chair Beamer, that's correct.
Okay, and the only reason why I'm mentioning this, with the presentation, I was a little disappointed on the numbers being thrown out, because it is confusing when you're looking at 175 million or more. And so I want people to understand what this report actually means over the presentation. And I was really disappointed that it didn't go over the RFQ process. And, that's to understand the market and identify potential partners. That's what we're doing right now. So we're not okaying a $75 million arena tonight, but with the presentation, I don't know if you'd really know that unless you read the report. So I just want to clarify that. And, I'm okay with the preferred location. I supported that location years ago. And remember, we started this whole process. For those of us that have been around, this is my 3rd term. My 1st term. So this has been 3 terms that we've been going through this process. And, so about 7-8 years, I guess, right now. But, and this is the beginning stage right now that has taken us this long to get here. So I'm in support of the report. And I just want to make sure people understand what the report said compared to that presentation. And even in the presentation, it went over all the options that we already know about, that we we look over in every budget. So, you know, that I just think that could have been a lot better in explaining to people. That's all. I'm sorry. I really do, because when we paid a lot of money for that. So, but I do support this report, and I just want to make sure everybody understands what it means. And it's the beginning stage after about 7 or 8 years of presentations, and I have seen actual visuals in the past. So that's interesting too, that there wasn't anything with that, but I know they'll come, and that's good. And I think just being through this process, you know, you ever been through a process over and over again? It feels like that right now. So that's why I do want to move forward with it. I want to see what the RFQ brings out. I want to see what our development community, if they can be creative and coming back to us on what they could offer. I think a partnership is a good idea. And, you know, I think that I've had people ask me about the sports and entertainment center in the past. I don't know if it was top of the list, but when I look at how long it's going to take to build this, I mean, I'm one of the younger counselors on here. Maybe, well, you're probably the youngest one, but oh no, you're not. Okay. But we're going to be pretty old by the time it's built. So it's going to take some time. It's not going to be tomorrow. So I would like to begin the process. And again, there's money already there for it. So I just want to make sure people understand what we're deciding on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Vassiliadis. I have Councillor Burke, Mayor Leal, Councillor Baldwin Duguay. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I have some questions. I might get to them or just go back on the list, but I think that I want to add to the conversation that most of the people that I've talked to about the project, which I understand fully that we're just in the stage right now of asking for an RFQ to sort of help push it along down the road. Everyone that I've asked about this sort of likes it generally in theory, but they don't support the reality of what this project looks like for us at the end of the day. And when I talk to you guys around the table, my council colleagues about the project, I hear the same thing, which is that the project will never happen. We cannot afford it. And if that's truly what you believe, then the only consistent position is to stop it now before we spend more money, more staff time, and more political capital. Approving the RFQ isn't harmless. It's not just information. It's the starting gun for a race that we can't finish. Once we launch the formal procurement process, we set in motion significant staff and consultation cost, months of work from the private proponents, and public expectation that this is going to go ahead. And when those bids and partnerships land on our desk, the pressure will be enormous to approve, regardless of the cost, because we'll be told we've already come this far. And I think that's a trap. If you believe that this project is unaffordable, then now is the time to say that before we're locked in. Otherwise, let's be honest, we're keeping this alive, and you're making it the city's top capital priority over housing, over homelessness, and over our basic services. You don't run an RFQ for something that you don't intend to build. Approving this today is like putting a down payment on a house that you know you can't afford. It may feel easy now, but it's setting us up and our residents up for pain later on down the road. So let's be consistent. Let's be honest with the public. And if you think that this project will never happen because we can't afford it, then let's vote that way today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burke. Mayor Leal.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to phrase I often use that we truly do stand on the shoulders of others. And in that vein, I want to acknowledge former mayors Bennett and Therrien, who did work on this project. There was some talk about renderings. My understanding is some members of council that were here when Daryl Bennett was mayor, there were some drawings and some renderings of a potential in this area. I don't know where they've been stored, but I do know that they were put together, and I do know they're around there, so that would be the opportunity. It's interesting to talk about a referendum. Well, it won't be a referendum because referendums are binding. At the municipal level of government, we have what we call a plebiscite. A plebiscite is the solicitation of public opinion on a project, and that can be done. But I often, Mr. Chair, make reference, don't hang your hat on a plebiscite. We had a plebiscite here a number of years ago on casino gaming. It was turned down 5 or 6 to 1. And then a short time later, when the opportunity presented itself, we got Shorelines Casino to come to Peterborough. So I just use that as an example of a plebiscite taken, a decision was rendered, a rendering of public opinion, and then down the road, because circumstances changed, a full casino came to Peterborough. Mr. Chair, I just want to go back to January 14 to 17, 2019. During a debate around the council chamber, it was budget time. And I really want to thank those members of council that voted back then, who are still with us this evening, that they approved the single source contracting for Sierra Planning to do the next stage on this project. That Councillor Dorset Principal, the construction of a new major sport and event center. And I want to thank those members of council back then that voted in favor of it. Councillors Vasiliadis, Beamer, Baldwin, Real, Parnell. Thanks for your leadership back in 2019 to move it to the next stage. When you look at the potential, Mr. Chair, of this project, I think 50 years ago, when the municipal leaders of the day had a bold vision for Peterborough Square, they brought together an assembly of public lands, and they brought into play a private developer, Marathon Realty, and CP Rail. And that was a combination that gave us a Peterborough Square. And I think all of us, some 50 years later, would see that as a net asset to the city of Peterborough. We now have an opportunity to look at waterfront revitalization. And we look at our ability to raise our assessment base by at least 3 to 1 in that area. That's all the RFQ and the RFP are proposing at this particular time, to go out to the private sector, see what proposals, ideas, and vision that they have. And if hypothetically 10 of them came back, we'd have 10 proposals to take to the public and to solicit public opinion to see what they want for that downtown area. Some members of council had the opportunity to go to St. Catharines. I've been to St. Catharines a few years ago to see the Meridian Center. What did that do to St. Catharines? Those that visited will know there were 6 to 7 acres of derelict property on the main street of St. Catharines, Ontario Street. They built the new Meridian Center. They built a performing arts center. They built a new parking garage, and now it's a hub of private commercial development, raising the assessment for that community. Mr. Chairman, we know the weakness in Peterborough's assessment base. Let's go to the RFQ, the RFP, and see what's out there from the private sector for a new vision, revitalization of downtown Peterborough.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Mayor Rowe, for that. Councillor Baldwin, Duguay, Lachika. Councillor Baldwin?
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could just ask Commissioner Freeman a question. The 30-year debenture was referenced in Mr. Hack's presentation. I'm assuming we can go with a shorter period of time and a longer period of time to amortize a building like that. And what would be the impacts of shorter time? It's probably more money, and longer time, less money on an annual basis. Could you just confirm that or comment, please?
Mr. Chairman, that would be correct. Certainly a shorter term, albeit not for as long a duration, would make the annual principal and interest payments much steeper. And then conversely, a longer term could push down that rate. So,
thank you for that. I just mentioned that because Mr. Hack in his presentation, Mr. Chair, said this is a building that's going to serve our community potentially for the next 50 years. So while the numbers that were used on the $9.5 million annually was on a 30-year term, it would be substantially less than that over a 40, 45, or 50-year term, which may make an investment like that over time much more manageable. Mr. Chair, unlike Councillor Real, I talk to people all the time, and people that my circle of friends have said to me, Gary, why is it that Oshawa, Sarnia, Windsor, Kingston, Guelph, London, St. Catharines, and upcoming Brantford and Sudbury can get a new entertainment and sports facility? Why can't we? And I said, gentlemen, coming up this Tuesday, we're going to make a vote on that, and we're going to try and move this project forward. So, Mr. Chair, I'm in support of the report. I also, when it gets to the separated portion, I'd like to speak to that as well. You're gonna separate out Councillor Parnell's section. I really think all elements should be on the table. So I'll just say now, I think that should be included, and I would be voting against that being separated out. I mean, in terms of, yeah, thanks.
Absolutely.
So,
And you can speak to that more now if you want. So,
I just think if we're going to have a look at a replacement facility, we'll do it now. Thanks, Mr. Chair. A replacement facility. And one of the options that was discussed earlier was to repurpose the Memorial Center or to decommission it. Well, when you decommission it, you take away the operating costs. And the operating costs for the Memorial Center are probably in the $1 million range per year. That money can then be transferred to a new facility because you're not spending it at the Memorial Center proper. Mr. Hack always, I mean, he also said, Mr. Chair, the possibility of raising the building, knocking it down. And I'm not a professional planner, but Councillor Duguay is. And I suspect that and Councillor Hickey, you are involved in real estate. Sorry. The value of that property might be $5, $10, $15 million that could be repurposed, perhaps for a 17-story apartment building or a 20-story apartment building or a 50-story apartment building. You want to look at tax revenue? Why not a 100-story building on that property? I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, if it's 70 stories on Hunter Street, why not 50 or 60 stories at the Memorial Center site? I think I'll just stop there, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin. I have Councillor Duguay. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I'll support the staff recommendation. We are not spending money. What we are simply doing is asking the marketplace to share with us a vision for our downtown. I agree with Councillor Vasiliadis. The presentation with respect to our presenter was a little confusing because this report just said we're asking the marketplace, and we know that there are parties that are interested, at least there may be 2 or 3, to share with us a vision, including a preferred site for an event and sports facility. I want to be clear, my understanding of this all along, I think even the title of the document reads wrong. It should say event and sports facility. We're not building an arena for the Petes. We're not building an arena for the Lakers. They'll be tenants. We're building a facility which will accommodate events and sports. I'm aware of the indoor sports and recreation master plan, and I think our RFQ process can inform that process. I'm also aware that we're in the midst of our cultural master plan. This event and sports facility could accommodate major performing art event, which we cannot do now. We cannot. So I think we might want to look at that RFQ process could also populate and inform that exercise. With respect to the Memorial Center, Councillor Parnell, I think it is prudent that we do include, if this is a replacement facility, and if that parcel of land city owned, bounded by 3 streets, serviced by 2 signalized intersections at the edge of our downtown, what use could be made of that? And why not ask the same development proponents you share with us? And we're still not spending any money. This is exploring opportunity. In an earlier presentation, Mr. Chairman, on the police station, we asked about the possibility of revenue. What could we do with a 2-story parking garage? Could it be more? The answer we're hearing is possible. So I think it ought to include it. Now, remember, we still have more decisions to make, and we may say, no, we're not prepared to do anything yet with the Memorial Center property. But I think we need to explore at this time and responsibly explore the options. But having said that, I think it's absolutely mandatory that through all of this process, we respect how the Memorial Center was created. And veterans gave substantially their money and time to make it possible. So we need to be sure that whatever we do, and that could be a message to our, in the visioning process, RFQ, just be aware that if we're building something new and if the Memorial Center is not there, how can we incorporate that? So I will support it, and I would look forward to the response documents. And I might conclude, Mr. Chairman, I've had opportunity to actually visit many of these Ontario facilities, and I can say with a fair amount of confidence that they have generated new building and new tax generation, even for the ones that weren't downtown. including the Windsor Community Credit Facility. There's been substantive development now. Finally, it's occurring around the arena, commercial as well as multiple, residential, as a consequence of that municipal investment. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Councillor Chika, Councillor Reel a second time, Burke a second time, Mayor Leal a second time. Councillor Chika?
Thank you very much, Chair Beamer. I'm going to put my town ward councillor hat on and just say that as a resident of our downtown, as a parent of a 15-year-old, I care very much about the cultural life and opportunities that my child will have as she grows up in Peterborough. And certainly an event complex is very compelling. And as a parent and as a taxpayer and as a leader in our community, I think this is something that obviously has been in the works for some time. But we are here tonight to make a decision in this term with this group of councillors. And I just want to say, as a town ward councillor, along with my elbow partner, we have not been privy to the process to the degree that every other councillor has been here. We represent the citizens of this downtown who care not only about the cultural infrastructure and the sports infrastructure, but we care about the social infrastructure of our downtown. And there are priorities that need to be made in order to offset some of the privileges and the luxuries and the things that we feel should be part of our experience in Peterborough. So I urge this council, when we make decisions about housing and homelessness, that we consider all the elements that make a healthy, safe, and thriving city for our children. So I have mixed feelings about this report, and I have mixed feelings about the process. And I want to ask Commissioner Laidman, the project steering committee, in terms of the meetings this year, were there councillors that were part of those meetings? Because it's my understanding that there were 1 or 2 or 3 councillors that were involved, and they were not town ward councillors where this is supposed to occur.
Through you, Chair Beamer, that steering committee that you're referring to that has community members and major tenant representatives includes the mayor and Councillor Baldwin on those meetings. I'm not aware of other meetings that occurred other than individual meetings that I've held with councillors to update them on the project when they've asked.
Thank you for that. And there were meetings and there were visits and there were large groups and potential private investors that met with members of council and with staff. And I find it not a transparent process. These are massive decisions for our city. There needs to be a level of transparency for each and every councillor. And the public should be seeing what's gone before. We should have had visuals about the last 2 terms and what was supposed to happen before but hasn't yet. And we should have had at least a rendering of the building proper so we could have a vision for this and how it weaves into the social infrastructure and the needs of our city going forward. There needs to be greater transparency for council and for the public on decisions like these. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chika. Councillor Reel, second time.
Through the chair, I understand where we are tonight. And I think the mayor raised the issue that in 2019, several of us made a decision to go down this path and look at hiring a consultant to get a sports entertainment center and start doing the things. So there's a process. I understand that. The point that I was trying to make tonight, and I thank the mayor again for correcting me, the proper term would be plebiscite. And I remember an article by my counterpart to the right of me here that wrote in Baldwin's Banter that I think 1947, there was a plebiscite and the people were asked if they would like to build a sports and entertainment center, which is called the PMC. So they voted in favor of building Peterborough Memorial Center. So the same thing I'm asking here, once the information is in, I ask the clerk, give me the information when, if there is needed, plebiscite for the people and the citizens of Peterborough to vote on, do they want a sports entertainment center? because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be paying for it. If you look at all of the sports entertainment centers that my counterpart here read out, they are owned by the city of that where the arena is. So they paid for it. I went to the Meridian Center and certainly visited it. The mayor was there, the CEO of the city was there, the economic development, and the manager of the arena. It cost $50 million to build. They got money from the Ontario government. They got money from other funds. It cost them $17 million of the taxpayers' fund. I asked the mayor today, could you support and get the support for a $150 million build? He stopped for a bit, thought to himself, he said, that's a really good question. I'd have to think about that because $150 million in today's dollars is a lot of money. That was 11 years ago. He did take us to the end of the downtown, and 4 years ago, a 17-story building was built, but that was 7 years after the building was built. So there was some development, but it was seven years after the fact. And he said there could be some impetus. It looked like the downtown had cleaned up a little bit because of the sports entertainment center. The one thing they said, if you're ever going to do this here, make sure you hire the arena manager, because this arena was not built properly, and you need to hire an arena because architects love to build buildings, but they're not in the business of sports entertainment. He says, hire the arena manager that's going to be the manager for the building, and they will make sure all the amenities are in that building when you build it. Because the Meridian Center, he says, and this was the manager of the building, it was not properly built for us to provide the adequate acts that come into this building. Just going by what he told me.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. I have Councillor Burke second time.
Thanks, Chair Beamer. I think that besides how I'm going to personally support the recommendations from this report, I do think that if it goes forward, and I believe it will go forward, I believe that it is fundamental that we include what's going to happen to the Memorial Center site. These were questions that I asked in previous meetings with the consultant because I think that it's a big piece of the puzzle. We can't have this without figuring out what to do with that. And I think that it's a crucial piece of the project is to figure out what to do with that building, what to do with that site. And I think that it's an opportunity. I have a question, please, through you, Chair, for Commissioner Laidman. I believe the Peterborough Memorial Center runs on about a $400,000 a year deficit. Did the consultant project what the proposed site, what deficit that would run with?
Through you, Chair Beamer. Yeah, the Peterborough Memorial Center definitely has a deficit, which is documented in the budget. Certainly, there's an expectation that will be part of the metrics for the next building will be trying to have a better net outcome than the existing Memorial Center, and that'll be part of the funding plan, and that's been included in his report. But going forward, I don't want to make sure council understands that most OHL type facilities do not break even. There will be an operating cost to the municipality in addition to the capital costs. Hopefully this opportunity, this RFQ, will ensure, to Councilor Riel's comment a few minutes ago, that the operations of the arena, along with the development around it and the arena itself, will try to mitigate that to find out what the development industry will come forward with to mitigate that deficit. But certainly the reality is across Ontario that these facilities continue to run deficits.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. Through you to Mr. Freeman, please. Richard, let's just say that the best case scenario of this plan goes ahead the way that it's being presented to us with all the external partners and with all the funding streams and things like that. I want to find out from you, please, like what would that mean to the city to fund this in terms of our existing or future capital projects? I know I've been involved in a major amount of spending before these projects can happen, some road projects and things like that that are yet to come, and where we have invested millions and millions and millions of dollars for projects that have been on the books for 10 years and we might not see for another 10 years. what will an investment of this type, the way that it's being presented, mean for us moving forward when we look at our other capital projects? Are you worried about it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I worried about it? Very concerned, is how I think I would characterize it. I think in fairness to the process, we need to find out more information. I think that if it was to move forward, it would involve reprioritizing our capital priorities and the capital projects. And so some of the projects that are on the books we may not be able to realize those. If we maximize our debt capacity, which, based upon what the consultant presented this evening, it would be if the municipality was to finance it all up front, once we lock into the debenture payments, we're locked in. And so how we take that, $8 or $9 million of municipal funds, and if it all falls to the tax base, that's one thing. But then if we want to carve out some of the capital financing and redirect it to offset, so cushion the impact to the tax base, those are all options on the table. But that would mean pulling back that municipal funding that's otherwise being used for projects now existing in the capital budget. So definitely concerned, and it would involve reprioritizing the capital program.
Thank you. And when we get presented those numbers down the road, if we do, will we have those losses accurately depicted within the scope of this project? For instance, if we've had to buy up land to do a future road widening project that is in the books and we don't get to that project, how do we reconcile the money that we've spent in some of these cases?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if I totally follow the question. I mean, if we can't do certain projects going forward and those get pushed out to future years, and then all of those costs get indexed out to, inflate it to whatever period of time in the future those projects would be realized. So, all of the construction, capital financing is being indexed by 3 or 4% a year. Some years much more than that. So, I mean, deferral of projects definitely inflates the cost.
Councilor Brick, do you want to go back on the list?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Leo second time, Duguay a second time, Baldwin a second time, and we'll try to take a vote. Mayor Leo second.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. The issue of transparency is extremely important, but there was a real need to protect confidentiality as we move through this process. There are a number of private sector people that wouldn't want their names or their proposals or their elements of their proposals to be put in the public domain. That's a reasonable thing to expect, that their information would not be made public. We just seen a couple of weeks ago that something that was going to be discussed in camera about a piece of property appeared in the Peterborough Examiner 3 days before we had our meeting. So that's exactly the point I'm making about private sector interests don't want their intentions made public. But I'm very optimistic that the provincial government might be supportive of this project. Mr. Chair, if I get a chance, I just want to read this in the record. This is back in February this year. It said, Peterborough Court incumbent and progressive conservative candidate Dave Smith said his years serving as a minor hockey executive gave him a unique insight in the needs of the local hockey community, and he'd support any applications by the city for provincial infrastructure funding to help make the new arena entertainment center reality. The Memorial Center, these are his words, has lived a good life, a long life, and it's now one of the worst arenas in the OHL, said Smith. The reality is that we need a much better facility. The challenge we're going to face with the city, though, is historically they haven't taken my advice. When you look at the Twin Pad Arena, we had a fund available. I told the city that they'd come in under 50 million, otherwise their bid would be disqualified. They took advice from someone else and came in at 52.5 million and got thrown out because it didn't meet the criteria. Smith was referring to a project the city partnered with Fleming College on a bid for infrastructure funding. When the bid was denied, the city shifted the course and built the Miskin Law Center complex at Memorial Park. Smith favors the new downtown location for a new facility. You look at other communities that have something like this. They put in 5,000 to 5,500 seat arena complex. There is an entertainment center, and they've been able to revitalize the downtown area when they have done this. I think it's something we should get done very well here in Peterborough. It needs to be done intelligently. And he goes on to say, he points out the conceptual drawings former Mayor Bennett had done for redevelopment the old public works site of Townsend Street, incorporating condos, hotels, restaurants, and a revived train depot around an arena is a potential blueprint. This is a very good idea. I just want to thank Mr. Smith for his anticipated support when we make a funding application for the new entertainment arena complex.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Little. Councillor DeGay, second time.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I'm cognizant of the hour, so I'll try to be very quick. Question of perhaps CAO Reyna. Mr. Reyna, to you, Mr. Chairman, the recommendations as written, and can the vision that we're seeking through this RFQ, can it include, for example, Del Prairie Park and the art gallery facilities, which are within walking distance of it? Can it possibly include some, regard and commentary on those municipal facilities?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. When we develop the RFQ, so definitely we can add these things.
If I might, Chair Beamer, brief commentary. It would be prudent that through this exercise that we should include, it doesn't mean they go away, but they are within immediate proximity to this facility, and I think they would benefit from the visioning exercise. And I would welcome to see what the private sector might have in that regard. I have one question of Mr. Appleby, and then I'm finished. I just wanted to make you feel part of the meeting, Director Appleby. That's true. Yes, that's correct. Mr. Appleby, you heard Mr. Hack's presentation, and he provided an exhibit, one that showed a map, which they provided some as a potential analysis of the downtown redevelopment. You're familiar with that?
Through the chair, yeah.
And I'm quickly looking at those sites appear to be a lot of them in our commercial core area, like a lot of them.
Mr. Chair, that's correct. The downtown core area.
And finally, the community planning permit system. Do you see any correlation between the potential development of the event and sports facility in Shoulderlands and how that could generate community benefits, anticipating some of the proposed parameters of our CPPS program? What I'm getting at, could it provide benefits besides the facility itself?
Through the chair, I certainly think it's possible. You know, if the type of development that is sort of promoted by this facility exceeds sort of the certain parameters that are set out in the forthcoming CPP bylaw, then there would be opportunity there for those developments to think about, receiving or gaining community benefits from them.
Thank you for that response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor DeGay. Councillor Baldwin, second time.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on a couple of comments from my councillor colleagues opposite. This facility, if it's built, will be in town Hort. And I can see you talked about shoulder facilities, Councillor Duguay, perhaps an affordable housing part of the project could be part of that build in and around the Wolf Street area, something more permanent as opposed to what we have right now. The other comment I want to make is, is it the right time to move forward? And I would say to my councillor colleague, it is absolutely the time to do it, because we've seen cost escalations that are, go. The Oshawa Center was built for $35 million. Now we're looking at 165, 170. So you delay that 2 or 3 or 4 more years, you see where the numbers going. One other question I want to ask through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Freeman. Councillor Burke referenced what projects would be kind of put on the back burner if we made this a priority. But I keep hearing about the housing explosion, and by 2051, we're going to have 125,000 people here. I'm assuming they're going to have to live in houses, and that will increase our assessment base. Would I be correct?
Mr. Chairman, certainly it was my understanding from what the consultant had to say this evening in terms of potential funding to offset the cost of servicing the debt is the assessment uplift potential in this area. I think, to his point, I think there's a tremendous potential here for additional assessment that could be realized around the Townsend Street site. So I would certainly agree with that.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll conclude my comments by encouraging my colleagues to support the recommendations, and let's get going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin. Okay, moved by Mayor Leal. We will take a vote and we'll separate D3 out. And that is carried. And we'll take a vote on D3, moved by Mayor Leal.
Chair, I have a question with the clerk if I might before I vote.
Sure, Councillor Baldwin.
Mr. Kennedy, this particular one has been the one that's been separated out. When I read that, I'm not sure if that's to be included or excluded. Can you just explain that to me, just so I can vote correctly, please? I think the recommendation was to keep the Memorial Center out of, and I want to vote to keep it in as part of the whole package. I'm not reading which way to vote that way, just based on the language.
I think you'd vote yes, but you make a fair point, Councillor Baldwin. On its own, it seems odd, but I think it would be included that the RFQ include not only 182 Townsend Street, but also the existing Memorial Center property. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So,
thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, if you want it included. If you want it included in the RFQ, you vote yay. And that is carried. All right, so we have 3 more reports, folks. Let's try our best to motor through these as quickly as possible. 5A. Oh, did you? That's okay. So we'll make that change. So if Councillor Leal's vote can just be switched, whatever it was, just do the opposite. Yep. So let's motor through these, folks. Treasurer's report. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. And I have 2 quick questions, please, on the Treasurer's report through you to Mr. Freeman. Richard, can you break down the $12.216 million that we are over budget in salaries and benefits? What are the drivers there?
Mr. Chairman, Councillor, could you just give me the page reference there?
Yeah, just give me a sec.
Mr. Chairman, I think the answer is, and Councillor, without finding the page number, the answer is going to be it's the implications of the actuarial review. So as a part of the financial statement audit, we engage actuaries to cost out all the employee benefits, and so there is in that review, is the impact, I think, in this year's financial statements is about $10.2 million. That is a part of the $12 million. So 10.2 of it is like the actuarial review. So that actuarial review and the impacts of it is in a note to the financial statements. And if you bear with me, it's all detailed out in the notes in the financial statements. I just got to find the page where the notes are.
Yeah, maybe we could just connect via email over that answer. That would be fine. If that's okay with you. My second question, please, is what are the total severance and settlement expenses in 2024 and how much was budgeted?
Mr. Chairman or Councillor, are you referring to settlements for employee severances? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, under the salaries and benefits column.
Mr. Chairman, if I think to give some context to the councillor's question, as a corporation with 1,400 employees, sometimes the employer parts ways with their employer, the employee parts ways with their employer, or vice versa. Get that backwards. Sometimes there is obligations on the part of the employer to provide settlements as per the legislative requirements under labor standards and so on. And so for the most part, those are all charged to the divisional budgets if and when those happen. Those are, without knowing who you're referring to, generally speaking, it would be as part of the divisional budgets as approved by council. So it would fall into all the various lines of where those budgets were approved.
Thank you. And then finally, are we over budget in those categories within those divisions?
Mr. Chairman, the answer to that question is probably more readily identified as part of the December quarterly financial update report. Keep in mind that when you're looking at the consolidated financial report, you're rolling up about 10 different organizations, one of which is the city of Peterborough. So it's at this consolidated level. It is at a super high level, whereas the December quarterly financial report articulated out any of the divisional areas that had surpluses and deficits all as one line on Schedule 2. And I think that report has already been received by council, if I recall correctly.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to move the report if that's needed.
Okay, moved by Councillor Burke. Any further comments or questions? We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Cash in lieu of parking, Councillor Reel.
I thought there was going to be a bit of a report on it, but if there isn't, I'll ask my questions.
Yeah, just a committee report. Yep.
Okay, so here we are going to make a decision about reducing parking. So my first question, I guess, to Mr. Appleby. So if we reduce the parking, where are the people going to park? Because lo and behold, they'll be back on the streets.
Through the chair, I think there are lots of options for places where folks can park. This program is scoped to our strategic growth areas. So those areas that have, better walkability, better transit service, higher density uses, mixing of uses, so promotes walkability. But in terms of, where folks will park, if you find a property that wants to take advantage of this provision, that money could be used to fund the municipal creation of new parking, or, it could be used to fund the creation of sort of transportation demand management type programs that might promote, again, other forms of, active transportation and transit as well, and to reduce automobile reliability. If you're looking in the downtown, right, we have existing parking facilities in the downtown that folks, might be able to use. This is also part of a bigger package of things that are coming through our parking study that we had done a few years ago with Paradigm Transportation Solutions and initiatives we're undertaking with the Housing Accelerator Fund, part of which was looking at on-street permit parking, right? So all these things kind of fit together. So that's a long way to say one, people could choose to not drive, right? And they may not need a parking spot. Or two, they park on site where the parking is available. Three, they could park off site in a municipal facility. Four, eventually they might be able to park on street with a permit.
Through the chair, the impetus for this whole thing again is that people are going to either bike or take transit. So my next question is to Commissioner Simonowski. The transit ridership, has it increased since COVID-19? So are we back to the numbers where we originally were before COVID-19 in transit?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, as of last year, we were actually exceeding the numbers, and this year we're also on track to exceed the numbers. So system ridership is growing.
Next question, I don't know who to ask, but how many people in the city of Peterborough ride a bike? Who would have that information? The whole impetus for this here is this cash in lieu of parking, and every time we do this here, the question is, you make the assertion that people are going to be on a bike, take transit, or walk. So how many people are riding a bike in the city of Peterborough?
CEO Reyna.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Good question, but nobody has that information.
Absolutely right, because you're asking me tonight to make a decision about reducing parking, usually in the downtown. And the complaints that I get from people, certainly not in the downtown, but all over, is people are parking on the street. And I get calls every week, would you please do something about people parking on the street? That's because if you're reducing the parking, they're going to park somewhere else. So again, I have to reiterate again, all of this here is the whole thing is predicated on people walking, riding a bike, or getting on transit. So just asking those questions because we're going to park on the street.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hill. Did you want to move the report? I didn't think so. Moved by Councillor Duguay. All right, I have Councillor Burke, Duguay, Crowley, moved by Councillor Duguay. Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Chair Beamer, through you to Mr. Nelson. Is there any way that we can or will funds be collected from downtown projects? Can those be reinvested back into downtown specific parking and active transportation infrastructure, or will those funds be spread across the city?
Through the chair to Councillor Burke. Within the report, sort of next stages would be looking at, and that was one of the recommendations within the report, is to ask council to guide staff to bring forward a policy for the purposes of looking at what directions those funds for cash in lieu would be directed towards. So if we get cash in lieu of parking, a policy to look at where do those funds get utilized. And
so
again,
you're saying to us that the first step is to approve the policy, and then the second step will be looking at the specifics of the policy where we can flesh out those things. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, it would be looking at, yes, where can we utilize those funds? So this initial policy is stipulating, does council agree with the proposed plan and the values that are being put forward? And then subsequent to that would be looking at what is a plan and a program that those funds can be utilized, and recommendations to use those funds to where they're being best utilized for the program to enhance other methods and initiatives that offset those parking demands.
Currently, what I'm hearing is that nothing in what we're approving would direct funds from downtown projects back into specific downtown parking, public parking, and transportation infrastructure. We don't have that in this.
I'll answer initially through the chair, and then I'll defer to Director Appleby if there's more. But as of right now, it is a citywide fund, and currently nothing specifically goes to areas. But again, I'll defer if Director Appleby has anything further.
Through the chair, I'm actually going to pass along to my manager of policy planning here, Caroline Kimball. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Burke, we would be required, the city is required to set aside the money that it collects for cash in lieu of parking into a special reserve fund, and a bylaw has to be passed by council that would dictate how those funds are to be used. And it could be directed, yes.
Thank you so much. I totally understand that. Thank you. I guess my other question through you, Chair Beamer, I'll go into my second five if I get there. I probably will. To Mr. Nelson, please, through Chair Beamer, how will the policy protect existing residents, businesses and visitors downtown from losing access to already limited parking when multiple developments will opt into the cash in lieu?
Through the chair, I think this will be fleshed out again. One of the initiatives that council directed and was a recommendation through the transportation master plan was to look at an on-street parking permit system. So that in itself will be looking at and going out for public consultation on a program. Again, this would also help us to possibly further utilize our downtown parking structures and create demand for those as well.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. To Mr. Nelson, are we still experiencing those downtown parking garages being drastically underutilized, both from a community member perspective, but also from a revenue perspective? Is the reality that we've heard regularly? Is that still the case?
Through the chair, we are still experiencing some revenue shortfalls as comparison to some of the revenues that were being experienced prior to COVID. Again, I think that's a condition of the demand just not being there as much. However, we are looking at, and again, it's all things of this nature that would help aid increasing use, as well as possibly looking at the possibilities of working with, if there is developments about the possibility of utilizing some of those spaces for the purposes of supporting those developments.
Thank you. Through Chair Beamer, I've already argued this point before. I disagree with you. I believe that the demand is there. It's that our system isn't working to meet that demand. And I think that every day that we don't have those parking garages filled and the revenue coming in from them, I believe that we're missing out. My landlord and my downtown business property has a laundry list, the size of this table, with people that are waiting to get permanent spots that live downtown. So that's a comment. Why offer the same discount rate in high demand downtown areas as other growth areas? Should downtown have a smaller discount to reflect greater parking pressure?
Through the chair, I will begin, but I do believe it is set up that there's area specific discounts, and I'll defer to Director Appleby or Ms. Kimball to aid in that discussion.
Through the chair, I may start, and then maybe Ms. Kimball can kind of clean up for me. But the discounts are kind of set up so that the deepest discount is actually available in the downtown, and the further out you get from downtown, the discounts lessen a bit. Again, this is part of the effort to try and prioritize development in the downtown and kind of encourage more development to happen in the downtown.
Through you, Chair, just to perhaps supplement that, what Mr. Appleby said, there is an additional discount, or the most significant discount is related to affordable housing. So it is proposed to be at a rate of 25% of the rate associated with the area that it's in which the development is proceeding. The affordable housing could be, or the cash in lieu related to affordable housing could be paid for through our affordable housing CIP, etc. But yes, the downtown areas 1 and 2, which is really our central area, is proposed to offer the greatest discount. That's in alignment with many other Ontario municipalities and efforts in this regard.
Thank you. And Chair Beamer, my final question is, how will council receive if any, annual reporting on the number of spaces foregone, the revenue collected, and where the funds are spent? I think you sort of answered that in some of the previous answers by saying that there will be a reserve set up and that council will establish a bylaw. Is that going to be something that's reviewed on an ongoing basis year to year, or how's that going to work?
Through the chair to Councillor Beard, the city will monitor and record sort of what is collected by the way of cash in lieu. We are required to enter into an agreement with the landowner that gets registered on title. So there will be a sort of a perpetual reduction required on site for that land. So it lives with the property and can be transferred to future owners of the property. But there would be monitoring and recording of what is being collected by property, and that could be summarized, annually or however council requires it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Burke. I have Councillor DeGay, Crowley, and Mayor Leal. Councillor DeGay.
I would like to call the question.
All right, call the question be put. And that is carried. All right, moved by Councillor DeGay. We'll take a vote on the main motion. And that is carried. All right, last item this evening, additional item, proposed partial demolition of 90 Hunter Street East. Speakers. Councillor Weldon.
Mr. Chair, through you, Mark Street Church, we're talking about the Mark Street Church property. And we're talking about the addition to the Mark Street property, I believe. And this property, Mr. Chair, was supposed to be considered to receive designation. And then because it was in the process of the throes of the development application, we chose to take that off the list. I'm just wondering if council should take the demolition and refer it to PACAC for their consideration, just to make sure that that addition has no historic value. I think that would be probably good practice, because we do in fact ask PACAC to weigh in on a variety of things. And I've always believed if you have a committee that you've set up to give you advice, and then you no longer ask them for their advice, why have a committee? So those would be my comments. I'm going to vote against the demolition because I really think it should be referred to PACAC for their input. And so that could be delayed a month or 2 months or whatever it takes for them to give us their opinion.
Do you want to move to defer it?
See where our councillor colleagues are at.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Bell, then move to defer the recommendation to PACAC for their opinion. Speaking to the deferral, Councillor LaChica.
Thank you, Chair Beamer, through you. The Heritage Act upholds Architectural Advisory Committee in municipalities in order to weigh in and provide that guidance and recommendation to council. So I agree with the mover, Councillor Baldwin, raising this. Thank you for doing that, and I certainly support the motion to defer for that reason. Thank you.
All right, any further comments or questions on the deferral? Councillor Parnell, deferral?
Thank you. I had my hand up earlier. No worries. So I can't support the deferral. I'll support the recommendations in the report. I think it was a bit of an oversight that we didn't remove it from the Heritage Registry when we moved it from that priority list. But what we're talking about only is the Christian Education Center portion. So the part, I think it was built in 1957. It has no heritage attributes whatsoever. There's a little bit of a connecting piece. That is not part of the church at all. And it will be demolished one way or the other, whether Mark Street goes forward or not. This building is not usable even to rent out to the groups that used to use it. So that does need to come down, and there's no sense in sending it to PACAC. We don't have to send it to PACAC. We can just literally follow the recommendation. B, that council advised the property owner that there is no objection to the proposed demolition of the Christian Education Center portion of Mark Street United Church at 90 Hunter Street East. So not the church at all. It's just the old addition that is actually not even usable at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purnell. Speaking to the deferral, Councillor Chika, second time, and Burke, and then Mayor Lil. Deferral, Councillor Chika.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. Just in reference to the previous speaker, that would indeed be an opinion, because certainly it is to PACAC to make that recommendation based on a very specific and broad scope of criteria. So, you know, do we want to have a PACAC in the city of Peterborough? Because certainly by willy-nilly removing things without their input is not, I don't believe, showing respect for the purpose in the Heritage Act of having a committee on a municipal council. We need to show them that respect and give them that opportunity as those with background and expertise. I strongly urge you to support the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chika. Councillor Burke, deferral.
Yeah, just quickly, I support the deferral. I think that we have these processes set in place for a reason, like it was explained. None of us are experts in what is or isn't heritage. That's an opinion, and it's also misinformation to say that that place is unused. I attend a meeting in the gym space of the Mark Street United Church regularly, and it's most definitely used. It's not an unusable space. And just for that little characterization of this conversation, I believe that given the processes that we have, it's important that we go through those steps. Maybe in this case, it won't amount to much, but it's about sort of setting the principle that we will do this for these properties that are significant.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burke. Mayor Lil.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I have profound respect for my dear friend who is moving this deferral, but I think page 3 of the report says it pretty clearly. A heritage impact assessment has been prepared as part of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application, which concludes that the Christian Education Center building addition is not one of the heritage attributes of the property that's worth protection through the designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The original Mark Street United Church building, on the other hand, meets 4 criteria under Regulation 9-06, suggesting it is worthy of consideration for heritage designation. One who has visited a lot of churches here in Peterborough, I think all churches should be preserved for their architectural attributes. So I think that says it all about those buildings that are beside it there.
Thank you very much, Mayor Lil. Councillor Chika for a third and final. Councillor Purnell a second. Councillor Baldwin a second on a deferral. Councillor Chika.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. And again, that is not the body that makes that determination. It's the PACAC committee with the chair and the lead of heritage services in our city that follows Heritage Act criteria. And I believe that's just an opinion that's reflected in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chika. Councillor Purnell, second time.
Thank you. Just to clarify, PACAC's opinion is not binding on council, just point that out. And perhaps I should have continued my sentence. I was referring to a previous delegate who had mentioned that there were many community groups who had used that property for a long time, and they no longer felt comfortable. The church no longer felt comfortable in renting that space to them because of the condition that the building is in. That's just to add some additional clarification to the usability of that building, that portion of the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purnell. Councillor Baldwin, second time.
Mr. Chair, respectfully to Commissioner Nelson, who's the author of the report. I'm just wondering, Blair, if that recommendation in the report is the recommendation of the commissioner, or did it come from PACAC that said that section had no historical significance?
Through the chair to Councillor Baldwin. I'll answer initially, and I'll defer if Director Appleby has additional, but my understanding is that was the information that was pulled out of the heritage impact assessment that was performed, and indicating that it didn't actually contain cultural or heritage significance.
Thank you for that. I'm satisfied with the commissioner's answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Everett.
All right, we'll take a vote. Moved by Councillor Baldwin to defer to PACAC's opinion. We'll take a vote. And that is lost. So back to the main motion. Can I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Purnell. Any comments or questions on the main motion? We'll take Councillor Reel.
Chair, I find it very odd that even the zoning bylaw hasn't even gone through yet. First reading last week to sever the property, and now you're making a decision to tear down the building. So it hasn't even gone through yet. So it could change tomorrow night. So where does the demolition go on this one here? I mean, it's like the cart before the horse, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you, Councillor Reel. Any further comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Purnell. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. All right, so we're moving to closed session items. We have 6 this evening, closed session. First one, agreement that Councillor...
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Councillor Degay.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman and committee members, but I was remiss. I need to declare an interest regarding item 7F. It would be consistent with, I believe, that proposed I do believe I had to declare it to pass because I had previous involvement with that property owner, and it has a direct correlation with a land acquisition.
Okay, so that's 25-10. Okay, so I'll make that known when I get to that one. Thank you very much, Councillor Degay. So agreement that council approve the recommendation outlined in report FCSFS 25-019 dated August 25th, 2025 of the Commissioner of Finance and Corporate Services as follows. That council authorize staff to proceed as outlined in closed session report FCSFS 25-019 dated August 25th, 2025 of the Commissioner of Finance and Corporate Services respecting an agreement with the Township of Selwyn and the Peterborough Police Services Board for the city to provide contract police services to the Lakefield Ward within the township for a 5-year period, January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2030. Moved by Mayor Little. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. That is carried. Second item coming out of closed small claims litigation that council approved the recommendation outline report LSOCS 25-013 dated August 25th, 2025 of the city solicitor as follows. That staff be directed to proceed as outlined in closed session report LS0 CS 25-013 dated August 25th, 2025 of the city solicitor respecting small claims litigation. Moved by Councillor Crowley. Any comments or questions? That is carried. Third item, litigation update, that council received the information report LSOCS 25-009 dated August 25th, 2025 of the city solicitor respecting a litigation update. Moved by Councillor Hakey. Any comments or questions? I'll take a vote. That is carried. Fourth item, proposed land acquisition, that council approve the recommendation outlined in report LSRS 25-010 dated August 25, 2025 of the Commissioner of Legislative Services as follows. That respecting a proposed land acquisition, staff be directed to proceed as outlined in closed session report LSR S 25-010 dated August 25th, 2025 of the Commissioner of Legislative Services. Moved by Councillor Parnell. And any comments or questions? Councillor Burke, and first we'll just note this is the one Councillor Duguay has pecuniary interest on. Councillor Burke?
Thank you, Chair Beamer. In terms of this specific proposed land acquisition, I'm not in support of directing staff to follow through with it. It's my understanding that this project has been on the books for a long time, and it might yet take a long time for it to happen. We're putting out a significant amount of money on this that I believe could be better used with all of our priorities that we have at council. And I believe as council, well, at least for myself, I'll speak for myself, that we have to start to take a prudent look at these types of recommendations in terms of like the bird's eye perspective of what we're trying to do as a city, because they all add up. And while there may be a small case for the urgency of doing this, like I don't believe that this is an urgent example for us to put out that kind of money to secure this. And for that reason, and I'm having to sort of guard my words because it isn't closed, but I'm not in favor of this. And I think I'm going to start looking at how we do situations, how we're asked to proceed like this. I'm going to start to look at it in a much more critical way, because every dollar counts, every $1 million counts. And that's that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burke. We will take a vote. And that is carried. All right, next item, Civic Awards nomination, that council approved the recommendation outlined in report LCSLK 25-016 dated August 25th, 2025 of the city solicitor on behalf of the Citizens Appointment Selection Working Group as follows. That staff be directed to proceed as outlined in closed session report LCSLK 25-010-016 dated August 25th, 2025 of the city clerk on behalf of the Citizen Appointment Selection Working Group respecting 2024 Civic Awards for Youth Volunteer of the Year, the Hollenbeck Award, and a Community Betterment Award. Moved by Councillor Baldwin. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. That is carried. Our last item coming out of close, proposed land acquisition. The council approved the recommendation outlined in report LSRS 25-012 dated August 25th, 2025 of the Commissioner of Legislative Services as follows. That respecting a potential acquisition of an interest in property, staff be directed to proceed as outlined in closed session report LSRS 25-012 dated August 25th, 2025 of the Commissioner of Legislative Services. Moved by Councillor Baldwin. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Notice of motion, we have none. Other business? Councillor Cheek, did you have other business?
Chair Beamer, there was a potential, I was going to be putting forward that new business motion. I've since reconsidered and I will bring it forward at a later cycle. Thank you.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Not at all.
Apologies.
No, thanks.
Apologies. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Kevin DeGay will take a vote. And that is carried. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, staff. We'll see you tomorrow.